Hello, hello. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. How are you doing this evening, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Gonna get started in just a second here. Sorry if you hear some noise in the background for a couple minutes. I'm coming like right off of work. Start the stream. Had a slight snafu with the DoorDash delivery, so I have to grab a couple of bites real quick before we start. No, anyway, hope you're doing well. Good to see you, Saria. Good to see you, Darth Magog. Darth Magog, I just finished listening to your. I'm sorry, I forget the exact title, but it was like the 10 things you didn't know, or like 10 surprising, or like unexpected beliefs about Jehovah's Witnesses. Very eye-opening, opening, very interesting, and very kind of surprising to see the ways at which they are like somewhat at at odds or like clashing with other branches of Christianity, especially the the stuff about Big JC and the events um, that you described, their unique perspective on that sort of thing. That was really interesting to hear about. So thank you again for continuing to share that stuff. And sorry, I forget if we talked about this before. I did make it through the videos. That sounds wrong. I did enjoy watching and did watch those two videos about like the timeline that you recommended on your channel, and really enjoyed them. I liked. I thought it was very interesting that comment about, was it from Aonuma? Like somebody on the Zelda team had said that the timelines are not meant to be broken down in a sense, so that like I like the idea that they are potentially designed kind of like Dark Souls lore in a way that's meant to be somewhat open to interpretation, or open to discussion. I think that's, you know, if Miyazaki, the director of the Souls games, like came forward and explicitly said, like, "Hey, everybody, um, I want to explain the lore of the games to you in full." I think that would be far less interesting than just letting us come to our conclusions, even if we come to the wrong conclusions, because it's fun to kind of speculate. Sometimes it's fun to have that community effort to try to uncover the mystery, so to speak. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Let me just check the stream real quick. Conclusions, even if we. Okay, so the audio does seem to be coming through. What else? Let me see. Should be able to be sit for the full episode. You have a meeting in an hour, but you're just transcribing. Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Hope everything goes well. I used to do meeting transcription as well for about half a year as I was kind of climbing the ladder in the games industry, so to speak. So I know it can be challenging, and like a bit of a tedious and grueling task. So I hope that you, but on the other hand, like if you kind of get into the swing of it, it can almost be sort of zen. Either way, I hope that you are able to find some enjoyment and it doesn't drive you crazy. um, and sorry, yeah, no worries. I appreciate you guys showing up as always. No obligation in terms of interaction whatsoever. It's always nice to see you, but there's never any expectation either way. I'm just happy to know you guys are doing well, and really excited, Magog, to see the continued creativity on your side. So I think that, and sorry, it's great that you're in class as well. Like, that's exciting as well. Um, so feel free to be silent partners. That's totally fine. The first few minutes of the stream, anyway, I'm going to be pretty quiet because I'm going to be eating a little bit and then just kind of listening through to some cutscenes. I think we have a bunch of character dialogue to go through before we get back to the main adventure. Um, I did actually fucking finally take some time to uh, do a little character optimization. Um, I spent an entire 2 or 3 hours on it, and I changed Verso's hair. No, I did. I actually noticed, interestingly enough, that there are quite a few skills in Verso's tree that are kind of geared towards him. Like, there's one that's literally called, like, the burden or something like that, right? Towards him absorbing, um, like, redirecting things from other characters. And I've just kind of been using him as, like, a melee generalist as opposed to diving into that. And then same thing with CL. Like, I decided arbitrarily that I was going to have Lune be kind of like a crit monster, but then that didn't really go anywhere. And then I noticed that there's a couple of skills that CL has that are crit reliant. So I messed with the Pictos Luminas and the skills a little bit. It might be rough as I go into combat for the first hour or so because I'm gonna be messing with those skills and trying out like support verso and like crit CL and stuff. So I might have to go repaint. I also feel like a little bit of an idiot because I leveled up Medalum on Mael to level 20, only to then realize that we had just gotten Barrier Breaker. And I mean, I'm guessing like this is the one that we're supposed to be using narratively speaking, right? So holy shit, that looks so fucking cool. That looks incredible. So yeah, I'm probably gonna wind up using this just because it's the one that the plot wants us to use. But we do have a level 20 Medalum as well. So and I think I forget if I get it, but if I equipped it, but CL I think has an ability that doubles like somebody's damage for a turn. So I mean, Mael has been equipped out the wazoo. I've improved her Pictos, or her Lumina, which were already insane. So, I think we'll be okay. I'm just going to wind up kind of taking it slow for the first hour or so as I mess around with stuff. Saria says, yes, that was the interview I loved the most because Fujibayashi basically said what I've been saying for years. The lore isn't broken, you just don't know it, and that's okay. Yes, I love that. I love that you managed to have a very sort of, I know you've expressed like some self-consciousness about your voice in the past, which is silly to me. I think your voice sounds great, but like you have this tone sometimes which is very much like, now children, you need to stop this, okay? The adults are talking. And I think it's great. Like when you bring the information down, it's like, we have resolved this, okay? It's time for everybody to be mature and to take this like adults, and then we'll move on. It's always really great to hear that come through. And it came through in that video, but like so did the passion for the subject matter, and the knowledge base that you have is like really impressive too. So well done on those, seriously.
Nous y voilà enfin.
Oui.
Tu es prêt?
Oui.
Oui. I admit this motherfucker's growing on me a little bit.
Je m'ennuie. Si on jouait aux cartes ou aux dés?
Oh non, tu triches tout le temps.
Je gagne tout le temps. Nuance. Dire que les autres trichent, c'est une excuse de faible, ça.
Les autres gestrales ne veulent jamais jouer avec toi, eux non plus. C'est parce que c'est tous des faibles?
Bande de mauvais perdants. Bon, d'accord. Et si on se faisait un petit duel, alors? Ça fait une éternité qu'on n'en a pas fait. J'adore les duels. Ça me met d'excellente humeur.
I'm continually like impressed and slightly mystified by the soundtrack choices. Like there's this very like almost sultry, silky saxophone, spooky scary skeletons playing in the background. Now normally you associate that kind of tonality with something a little bit romantic or erotic even, although that is just kind of a trope. It's kind of like a whatchamacallit, like a meme within music. It's not like that's what that has to mean, but it is kind of interesting. Like you have these two characters who are friends on a moonlit night, and then you just have this like sweeping, almost romantically tinged saxophone just kind of like soaring in the background. But that's something that I really adore about this soundtrack, is that the composers have found a way to take these elements that are unexpected or maybe a little out of place or out of context, and then recontextualize them and use them in a way that feels like slightly alien, but then also like they belong at the same time, which feels perfect for these characters. So I really like it.
Très bien. Prépare-toi à perdre.
Oh man, this is so good. Okay, sorry. I feel like we talk about this all the time now, but like, you asked a little while ago. Oh, 1 second. Let me lower the volume just a little bit. I can see it's a little high. Okay. You asked a little while ago about like panning and like the audio effect that sounds different in the left and the right. At the beginning of this track, they did some amazing panning stuff there with the saxophone where it was like sweeping from left to right. So if you can find this track on YouTube and just listen to the first like, or even there, listen right now. You hear how there's like a harmony and a back and forth, like a call and response with the saxophone. It goes from the left like diddle 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 diddle, like left right left right. Ah, it's so good. And doing that creates a sense of space. Like I mentioned before, in order to, this is kind of ironic, but like in order to get our brains to think something is coming from right in front of us, when you have two speakers, like one on the left, one on the right, you have to make sure that there's equal energy coming from both speakers. So something coming from the left and the right evenly tricks your brain into thinking it's coming from straight in front of you and is not left or right at all. And it's the little subtle differences between the left and the right, and then those differences increasing, that kind of give you the like a more of a sense of the panning, so to speak. I hope that made some kind of sense. Okay, so let's see. I've tried a whole bunch of new things with him. I'm gonna take a second to get my bearings. So, plays a second time. That's right. So, if I do a physical attack, I should get a chance to play a second time. Okay, so skill. Now I have 7. Blitz, low physical attack, 1 hit, plays a second time. Oops. Okay. Oh, can I only play... Oh, I can't, like... I can't stack those things? Wait, hang on a second. Blitz, 1 hit, plays a second time. Okay, so I can't, like, play... Do that and then play a second time again, I think. Okay. I see. And here I thought I was being super clever and giving myself like 3 attacks per turn. That kind of sucks. Okay, I'll have to figure that out then, because if that's the case, then I don't need Blitz and my other thing. I don't need Blitz and my currently equipped weapon, because they both have the same kind of stacking effect, so I'll probably swap them out, which is fine because there was another weapon I wanted to try anyway. The I forget what it was called, but it uses light damage. So, and now I get to try this. I've never tried this one before. It was a little underwhelming. I guess it gets better as my shit. Oh my god. I guess it'll get better if like I increase in rank. Okay, so now low physical damage and gives 1/3 AP back. Try that. Okay, yeah. Alright, so now I'm already back at 9 AP. Yeah, so I feel like filling up my meter as quickly as possible. Reduces rank by 2 to 4 and gets AP. Perfect break. So maybe I should swap that out with another technique that just gives me more rank more quickly. Or health or something. Let's see. Oh, I have a gradient attack I could use. This is kind of fun though. Like, I'm enjoying the process of experimenting.
Bon, tant pis.
Damn, okay. Yeah, so it's gonna be slightly rough while I get used to it.
Comme toujours.
Larry says that makes sense for sure. Thanks for explaining it while also pointing it out. Yeah, my pleasure. I love talking about this stuff.
Ouais. T'es content, boule de poil?
Quelle classe dans la défaite, Verso.
Yeah, of course.
À mon tour.
Okay. So,
Plus vite. À mon tour.
yeah, that hardly builds my perfection at all. I need to get my perfection up faster, so. Okay, that was nice. Okay, so now I have 7. So, I could do like... Oh, that's right, hang on a second. Why don't I try this? Okay, so that's 7, 8, 9. And then attack. And then... Yeah, so, okay. I think that's probably how I'm going to want to play it. I think I'm going to try to just get him to like rank S as quickly as possible. and then go for like the breaks on the counters. Because now, if I want to, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I can do 10, 11, and then I can do attack, and then I can get 2 more back, right? 2 more AP back. Or I got 3 actually. 1, 2, 3, and then I can attack again. So I'm liking that a lot, actually. It's really weird, and it's not like flat damage, of course. But I think building around that is actually going to be a lot of fun. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. Yeah, that's a really, really cheesy and fucked up build, and I like it. I actually like it a lot.
Très cher, je vous ai vaincu.
T'as eu de la chance, c'est tout.
Hein? Rappelle-moi ce que tu disais sur les excuses des faibles.
Tu as raison. Ou plutôt, j'ai raison. Puisque c'est moi qui l'ai dit. Tu es bien plus fort que dans mon souvenir. Je te félicite pour ta victoire.
Et moi, je te félicite pour ta défaite.
I love their little bromance.
Tu avais raison, mon vieil ami. Ce duel était une excellente idée. Allez, viens, allons boire un verre. J'ai la gorge sèche.
I love how just like like the voice actor should get so much praise for this character, who's essentially just a ball of hair and wood, but feel like you really do feel the friendship and the camaraderie between these two old guys. Yeah, it's kind of like a sibling thing. That was really cute.
Encore en train de penser à ce que tu as vu?
J'aimerais tant que Gustave soit là.
Yeah, see, it would have been such a small change, but to me it would have made a huge difference if we would go and like find Mael sitting on her own on the other side of camp as opposed to being teleported there. I know it seems like such a petty thing to complain about, but I feel like that having the characters move around a little bit rather than standing in line waiting for, you know, their appointed time to have the dialogue with the quote-unquote protagonist feels a little would feel a little bit better. Again, though, they accomplished so much with this team. I can't really hold it against them for not thinking of this particular thing. Oh, I'm noticing what appeared to be some freckles on Mael's hand there. I haven't noticed that previously.
Tu vas bien?
It's interesting.
Ouais,
Qu'est-ce qui ne va pas?
rien. C'est juste que je pensais à Gustave et à Lucien et à tous les autres. Chaque fois que je pense arriver à le contrôler, une nouvelle vague de chagrin que j'avais pas vu venir m'emporte.
Je connais ça.
Comment tu fais pour tenir le coup après toutes ces années?
On dit que le temps guérit les blessures.
J'en suis pas persuadée.
Mais la mort aussi, a priori. Pardon, c'était vraiment nul. La mort ne nous sépare pas forcément de nos êtres chers, tu sais.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
Que Gustave est toujours là, juste différemment, d'accord? Il vit encore dans tes souvenirs, mais aussi au travers de l'influence qu'il a eue sur ton existence, et celle de tous ceux qu'il a côtoyés, sans oublier ses recherches et son convertisseur de Lumina, bien sûr.
Zarya says they thought of it, there just wasn't a lot of time or resources. This was brought up in the recent interview I watched with the lead writer. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think you were saying that they had a similar thing envisioned for the mansion or whatever it's called, which makes sense. Again, like I don't want to dunk on these guys because they've done such an amazing job with what they have, and it's pretty clear to me that they chose to focus on areas that they thought they could have the biggest like return, so to speak, as opposed to try to spread themselves too thin. I do think it will be, and honestly, if I wanted to be an apologist for this game, which I kind of do, I could just say like, this is it's very clearly paying homage to a lot of JRPG style games, and in those games, this is kind of a trope where you go back to camp. There is a campfire. The characters are sitting around the campfire, and you take turns talking with them. Like Grandia 2 is a great example of that. So you could just say that it's part of the trope. I think it's an area where they can improve, and I hope that they will in the future. But I don't think that it's necessarily counting against them or anything like that. Asaria says, it's why the relationship thing is here, because they didn't have the time to make scenes with everyone like they wanted. Yeah, that's totally fair. And I think it's better that we get this than just having it cut completely. Yep.
Je sais bien, mais c'est pas vraiment réconfortant. Il me manque tellement.
Essaie donc de lui parler. Je suis sérieux, ça aide. Ou du moins, ça m'aide moi. J'imagine ce que mes défunts diraient, comment ils réagiraient à certaines choses. Ça m'aide à les garder vivants dans mon esprit.
D'accord, je vais essayer.
That's fair. Yeah, that's something I'm trying to be more sensitive of in recent times, is that like, so when I was in college, or I guess I've been an awkward kid throughout most of my life, especially when I was younger, but even now as an adult, I'm pretty awkward socially, which is fine. Like I'm not even saying that pejoratively or derogatorily or whatever the term is. It's just sort of part of who I am. But when somebody who is close to me, or just somebody like physically close to me, or like near me, or emotionally close to me, like connected to me, I want to make sure that I am available for them if they are going through something difficult, and I want to help them. But also, I think the way that I learned to do that is that, like, if somebody comes to you with a problem, it's because they want a solution. And if you don't solve their problem, then you failed and you've been a bad friend, and then your relationship with them is in jeopardy. And so basically I had this bad habit. It, for whatever reason, it worked for a little while, but then I realized I had this bad habit of being like, sometimes when people would come to me with their problems, I would start to panic, because I would be like, oh shit, now I have to make sure to take care of this person the right way, and if I don't, they're not going to like me. And then, oh, I'll solve your problem, do it this way, have you tried this, have you tried that, like, and then like putting pressure on them to solve it, because hey, if they don't solve it, then that means I didn't solve their problem, or like if they don't accept my help, then that means I haven't fixed them, and making it about me. And it took me a while to kind of unlearn that, because it was counterintuitive. It's like, no, like, why wouldn't I want to fix the problem? Why wouldn't I want to adjust and tinker and make things better? That's what you're supposed to do if you're a friend, right? You're supposed to make things better. And no, sometimes what you just have to do is just be there. Sometimes you just have to listen. Sometimes you just have to, like, validate the other person, what they're going through. And as I started to try to do that for other people, I realized how valuable it was for me as well. Like, a lot of the times when I'm in a bad mood or had a bad day, I don't actually want to know what I could have done better or like how to, like if I'm pissed at my boss or something, I don't necessarily want like 3 hot tips for how to deal with workplace tension. Number 2 will surprise you. I just want to be told that it's okay. So as I'm saying this, I was about to say I appreciated that inclusion about Verso at the end, like not necessarily trying to fix the situation with Mael, but instead just kind of sitting with her in silence, because sometimes that can be helpful. But it seems like, Saria, was that the scene you were talking about that you hate? I would be really curious to know if you think it's like what you hate about it, because it seemed to me to be going in the right direction, but maybe I'm missing something.
À moi aussi.
Tu savais que c'était ma toute première pierre?
Sérieux?
François était super jaloux, mais après, il en a obtenu une auprès de Cléa.
Attends, François a ses propres pierres. Alors pourquoi il te vole les tiennes?
Parce qu'on est copains.
Oh, I think we talked
François
about this last
est
time.
trop drôle.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, I will keep my questions for the time. You'll know soon if you get where I think you're getting today. Okay, cool.
J'arrive pas à croire.
Well,
que ce soit près du
her
but.
clothes kind of flew off in the air.
Oui.
Merci. Si elle avait raison à ton sujet.
Oh, en fait, c'est moi qui devrais vous remercier. Je serais jamais arrivé aussi loin sans vous.
Demain viendra.
Cool.
Tu écris le journal de la 33? Tu as l'intention de mourir bientôt?
Qui peut savoir si la journée de demain ne sera pas notre dernière? Je parle pour nous, bien sûr, pas pour toi.
Tu prends toujours des notes aussi détaillées?
Ouais, depuis que j'ai 4 ans.
C'est vrai? 4 ans?
Pas étonnant quand on a des chercheurs obsessionnels en guise de parents.
N'empêche, 4 ans, c'est jeune.
Plus maintenant, quand l'espérance de vie n'est plus que de 32 ans. Tous les enfants de lumière commencent leur apprentissage à l'âge de 6 ans. Mais dans mon cas, comme j'étais l'apprenti de mes parents, ils m'ont fait commencer plus tôt.
C'est une bonne chose, j'imagine. Ça t'a permis de passer plus de temps avec eux.
Ils avaient besoin d'un assistant de recherche qui ne rentre jamais chez lui. Leur solution, faire en sorte que ce soit un de leurs enfants.
That's one way to look at it.
Finalement, t'es doué pour me faire parler de moi-même.
Tu vois, voilà comment on pose des questions. Mes parents étaient tous deux artistes. Des artistes très en vogue.
Oh,
Alors, tout le
interesting.
monde s'attendait à ce que je suive leurs pas.
Alors comme ça, t'es artiste, toi aussi?
Pas comme ils l'auraient voulu.
C'est-à-dire?
Ma passion, c'est la musique.
Ça alors? C'est aussi la mienne.
De quoi joues-tu?
Je joue de la guitare. Et toi?
Principalement du piano. Mais aussi un peu de guitare. Tu sais utiliser les pictos pour faire apparaître un instrument, non? Oui, bien sûr. Excellent. Et si on montait un duo?
I do really hope we get to see them like play together in the mansion.
Le duo de l'expédition 33. Ça me plaît.
Cool. Well, that's cute. See, their friendship makes me far more comfortable than the CL thing, but
Tu sembles
I guess I'm happy for them.
C'est rien. Je suis juste nerveux. La route a été longue pour arriver jusqu'ici.
Surtout pour toi. J'imagine.
En revanche, toi, tu as l'air très détendu.
Tu trouves?
Tu n'es pas nerveuse?
Bien sûr que si. Mais on fera notre maximum. Et soit ça suffira, soit non.
Yeah, that's fair.
Tu étais fermière dans le temps? C'est pour ça que tu te bats avec une faux?
Oh, that's cool.
J'imagine que oui.
I want to learn more about her, like, card magic specifically. I hope we get some insight into that too.
Encore que je me demande si une faux à 2 lames serait vraiment utile dans un champ.
You know, I'm really glad that we're getting a little bit of organic lore about this, because it's just sort of like went into the back of my head like, oh, she just uses a scythe, that's her thing. Okay, no big deal, right? But no, it's kind of a weird, unique thing. So is the magic, by the way, but like we have, you know, we have multiple sword users and all that, but all of a sudden this person comes out with a big double-headed scythe. Like, yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Au contraire, tu verrais à quelle vitesse je suis
Excuse me.
capable de faucher le blé.
J'imagine. Ah, j'adorais les jardins de lumière dans le temps. Mais j'imagine qu'ils ont bien changé depuis.
Ils comprennent probablement un bien plus grand nombre de variétés de plantes qu'à votre époque. Les équipes sortant à l'extérieur du dôme en ont beaucoup rapporté des îles avoisinantes. C'est ainsi que j'ai rencontré Pierre. J'ai demandé à son équipe des échantillons de genêt jaune. Il m'en a apporté un bouquet, ainsi que 15 caisses de plants.
C'était malin. Quand on veut courtiser une fermière, il vaut probablement mieux lui offrir des plantes vivantes plutôt que des fleurs mortes.
Les fleurs mortes, j'aime bien aussi.
Tu ne parles pas souvent de ton mari. Désolé.
C'est pas grave. C'est juste que ça fait encore mal de penser qu'il est plus là. Nous étions loin d'être parfaits, lui et moi. Et pourtant, nous étions parfaits l'un pour l'autre.
Que lui est-il arrivé? Rien ne t'oblige à en parler.
Il est mort dans un accident sur une île proche de Lumière. Son corps a été emporté par le ressac.
Désolé.
Je m'étais préparée à ce qu'il se fasse gommer. Pas à ce qu'il meure d'une manière aussi aléatoire.
Yeah, I guess as terrifying and horrible and awful as the gommage is, being able to plan for it and knowing that there is a specific time and place and way in which you're going to die might also be seen as a source of comfort. But then if you plan for that and then life, your life or the life of somebody else is taken from you anyway in another way, then that's like even more devastating in a way.
Nous aurions dû avoir 5 années de plus.
Yeah.
Ça va. J'ai appris à être reconnaissante pour les années que nous avons eues ensemble, plutôt que d'être en colère pour celles qui nous ont été volées.
C'est une bonne façon de voir les choses. Au moins, vous vous êtes trouvés tous les deux. Tout le monde n'a pas cette chance.
Oui. Je suis très chanceuse.
Je vais avoir du mal à rivaliser avec ce genre d'histoire.
T'inquiète pas. Il te suffit de rivaliser dans un autre domaine.
Ah, je te vois venir. Existe-t-il un avenir dans lequel je pourrais continuer à rivaliser de la sorte?
Concentrons-nous sur aujourd'hui, d'accord? Ou plutôt, sur cette nuit.
I feel used, but I like it. I think that's an Offspring song, isn't it? Self-esteem. Sure.
J'ai un peu l'impression d'être ta chose, ce qui n'est pas pour me déplaire.
Cool. You guys have fun with that. I don't need the details. Sentry duty. I wish we got more. I mean, it makes sense that they would have somebody on sentry duty, that they would have shifts or whatever. Wish we got some more details on that, on like the logistics of camp, but you know, not a big deal. Oh, I thought I already went through this before the stream. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just make her even tankier. And then, does she have new skills? Oh. I think I'm all set with hers for tonight. I'm gonna worry or focus on the other characters for the time being. Just messing with their things. As a matter of fact, let me take a look. Okay, so Dualiso is increased base attack damage. Okay, that's great. What was the other one that I was gonna look at? Okay, this is base attack is for perfection as well if I lever that up. I think it was Lanceram was what I was using before. But yeah, this is the other one I was going to look at. +1 to all perfection gain but can't reach rank S. Base attack gives 4 perfection. So I think it might be... I'm going to try this out before I mess with anything else and see how that goes. Because... yeah, I think that might lead to some good things. But I won't say too much else. I'll be using Blitz instead. I don't know if I'll ever really use this. Deals low physical damage and gets 1 to 3 AP back. Yeah, maybe I try something else. Let's see. Gives more perfection. Strike Storm, very high single target damage. Critical hits, do more perfection. Marking shot. Let me try. Applies cost 30% of health, increased damage. Oh yeah, damage is increased for each health versus missing. I was gonna mess with that too. So let's try this. Phantom Stars was interesting, powerful. Leadership. Yeah, so I want to get to the highest rank as quickly as possible. So what do I have that can get me up there faster? Low single target, purification, increased damage for critical hits. There was something that's like, yeah, I think I don't have that ability anymore. 1 second. Deals medium single target, damage is increased for missing, cost 30%. Okay, so I think for now, this does actually give perfection as well. Okay, so I might wind up messing with that a little bit. So let's try this. Let's try that. So we're not going to use, we're going to use Blitz to try and build things up. And try that, Defiant Strike, and then let's try Berserk Slash and see how that goes. Okay, can Phantom Stars break? It can. Okay, let's see how that goes. Probably going to be a little janky, but looking forward to just... there's a certain amount of fun that comes with just messing around with things and seeing how, like, what kind of crazy shit you can come up with. And I haven't really done a whole lot of that, so I'm looking forward to kind of spending more time on that this evening. Hope that is, somewhat enjoyable. I'll spend some time writing in Gustav's journal. She writes about how they can now enter the monolith and they should finally understand everything. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. I kind of wish she said, like, for those who come after as well, but that's okay. Maybe that's more Gustav's things.
On a réussi.
On va vraiment pouvoir affronter la peintresse.
Et enfin briser ce cycle infernal. Ceci étant dit, quelqu'un ici nous a caché un terrible secret, n'est-ce pas? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Tu pensais qu'on ne le découvrirait jamais, hein? Personne ne s'est jamais demandé de quoi est-ce qui était fait, pas vrai? Eh bien, on a tapé la causette. Esqui et moi.
Excuse-moi, Verso,
What the fuck?
mais elle m'a promis des tas de pierres.
C'est du vin?
What the fuck? He's a wineskin?
Stocker ma réserve personnelle dans son corps. Que des grands crus.
Is that why he can't fly?
Partage pas habituellement.
Because he's full of wine?
Mon ami,
What the fuck is this?
je te l'ai déjà dit. Arrête de boire tout seul.
À ta grande générosité.
Je vois vraiment pas comment on peut aimer ça.
Ça viendra avec l'âge.
T'aurais pas plutôt du jus de pomme?
Bon, allez, je vous laisse entre vous.
Yeah, I noticed that Verso kind of like backed up and his eyes widened when Sia was like, "You didn't think I'd find out, did you?" So clearly something's going on. But that's not surprising. Hello. Esquier is wonderful.
pourtant tu la condamnes à mort.
Tu l'as amené ici?
Je ne suis pas venu me battre. Mon fils, as-tu la moindre idée de ce que ça fait de disparaître à tout jamais? As-tu réfléchi aux conséquences? Pas juste pour toi, ni même pour moi, mais pour eux. Leurs souvenirs, leurs rêves, l'amour qu'ils se vouent les uns aux autres. Qui peint véritablement la mort, dis-moi? Et qui peint la vie, mon fils? Nous existons et nous continuerons d'exister, aussi longtemps qu'elle le voudra. Tu veux détruire le don qui nous a été fait? Parfois, nous peignons les barreaux de notre propre prison. Ton désespoir t'aveugle. Tu penses être prêt à en payer le prix. Mais es-tu prêt à les laisser s'en acquitter pour toi? Puisse tout cela se décider sous leurs propres yeux, entre les barreaux de leur prison,
Dans l'ombre du monolithe.
dans l'ombre du monolithe.
So, I'm bad with faces. I don't always have a this is gonna be a really random sounding thing, but like I don't know if you guys know Neil Hamburger and
J'ai vraiment
one
trop
second.
bu hier soir.
Je ne me souviens de rien.
Vous avez tout bu.
Oh no.
Bande d'ivrognes.
I think this is where we came from. Yeah, because this is the visages, les visages. So, like Neil Hamburger is a character who's played by, what's his name? Greg Turkington. But if you put, like, I know he's played by the same character. I know it's the same guy, rather. But if you put a photo of Greg Turkington in his normal, like, attire or appearance right next to a picture of Neil Hamburger, I cannot see that they aren't different people. Like, you put on a different hair, like a different wig, and put on the thick glasses, and it's like, I can't recognize you. I don't know if it's just me being stupid, or if there's something just like I'm missing, but I've just noticed that about myself recently, is that I kind of struggle with that for whatever reason. That being said, that white-haired girl, are we supposed, and you don't have to answer this, of course, it's just me thinking out loud, are we supposed to think that she is like an alternate version of Mael or related to Mael or something like that? Because she certainly looks very similar in stature, maybe a little bit older, but I mean, given that the similarity between Verso and Gustav, I'm wondering, like, I'm guessing that there's some sort of connection that we're supposed to be inferring as well between Mael and this character. And to me, their faces look pretty similar as well. So I wonder if she's like her reincarnated, or like her soul got split up or something, like in Silent Hill.
On va enfin pouvoir atteindre la peintresse.
I'm just very
Assurons-nous quand même
curious.
de nous y préparer au mieux avant. Il nous reste encore un peu de temps.
So I'm guessing that since I don't have flight yet, that this isn't actually the end of the game. I'm hoping that's the case, because I do want to do some more exploring later. But anyway, I don't need that answer now. Just kind of, oh yeah, the Clark Kent glasses work. Yes, exactly. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one there. So I'm not going to go exploring right now. I'm going to keep going with the plot. But if it turns out that there's more exploring to be done later, I'm obviously going to come back, because I want to see everything this game has to offer. Sorry, it says, I'm glad you're reading Verso's body language, because I thought it was alone for being like, this is a fishy SOB, I don't trust him. No. Like, it's funny. Like, as he's gotten closer to the other members of the troupe, I've begun trusting him more, because I trust them and I trust their reactions to him. But something has felt off about him to me the whole time. And, like, to me, that was very, very clearly signaling, like, no, like, it's not that he's hiding something, is that he's hiding something that he is genuinely afraid of them finding out. And to me, that is sort of a good thing, because it's like he cares about their opinion of him. Like, he doesn't, it feels like he doesn't want to disappoint them, or like he doesn't want them to hate him or something like that. So that's a good sign. He's not like a pure sociopath or something. But also, like, I don't know, like, I don't trust him, and he's clearly hiding something, and we'll just have to see what that is. I will for sure remember the letter for the selfish prick. I forget what it said. Something about like didn't say la vie en rose. It said like pour. Like, did it say like a life to remember or something like that? But I will remember the letter. So be curious to see what this selfish prick has in store. Oh, I can't believe she's like right there. It's so surreal. I mean, she's been there the whole time, but still, she seemed like simultaneously close yet completely unreachable the whole game, and now we're just here.
Maël?
I mean, yeah.
Tiens, à toi l'honneur.
Also kind of feel like Maël has like a Susie thing going on. Like, if you've played Undertale, it feels like Susie kind of just starts off as like a party member, but then her importance gets more and more and more I don't want to spoil anything, but like she becomes a more prominent character, and she evolves and grows in really interesting ways over the course of the story. Cool, I love it. Kind of ironic that like the barrier around the paintress would be cancelable just from like using the power of things that she herself created, right? Or is it that the Axons were painted or created by Verso or what's his name? Renoir. And that's kind of what we're supposed to imply or infer. Sorry, this makes me think of when Link cut the barrier to Ganon's castle. Yes, yes. Yeah, I can see that. Ugh, feet. There have to be feet involved. And they're not even Luna's. I'm sorry, Luna's.
Oui, on peut le faire.
If Monaco steals the paintress's foot and uses it as a weapon, I'm done.
Gustave.
Pour tous les autres.
For those who come after. Is it going to turn out that he... Don't answer this. I wonder if it's going to turn out that he's, like, sacrificing us to restore his sister or something. But it didn't seem that way. It kind of seemed like he was bringing about death. Oh, there's the first expedition got here. That he was bringing about death for people. And his father was chastising him for that. I will say it's not a big deal or anything, but I personally don't love how those cutscenes kind of transitioned. Like we were right at her foot, but now we're back here. It's a little awkward, but whatever. I love all the candles. Almost seems to be evoking like a church scene, or I mean, to me, this kind of implies some sort of a vigil, some sort of reverence, like somebody was coming here and placing these candles here for a reason. My volume up. What a fucking awesome moment. Oh, wow. I only stopped to look down at that because I heard like a very faint trickle of water. It's a great use of audio to kind of draw attention. Let's take a look around and see. This does kind of look like a prison, doesn't it? Like you can see, now that we're closer, it kind of looks like these like rock shards are kind of arcing up towards the top to form the bars of a prison. He definitely doesn't look happy. It's so eerie and haunting and beautiful at the same time. Like, this is the person who's responsible for so much death and carnage and misery, but you can't help but feel like sorry for her and curious. She doesn't look evil. Here goes. Sword ballet is doing extreme void damage. Interesting. Oh, okay. That's slightly unfortunate. I guess it makes sense that it wouldn't be that easy. Or maybe you have to like use yeah. Yeah. Kind of makes sense. Alright, we'll just do what we can. I feel like we're gonna need to save up for some big attacks. Or maybe just build up for a gradient charge.
Voilà ta carte.
On en finit.
I think I'll save up. Let's see. I don't think this is gonna do anything.
Nos attaques ne lui font rien.
Je comprends pas. Nos attaques gradients devraient marcher.
I haven't even done it yet.
Non, Maëlle.
Yeah, try talking to her. Say something.
Je ne crois pas que ce soit...
monde va bien?
Suivons-la. Vite.
Quoi?
C'est peut-être notre seule chance.
Ouais. Ok.
Interesting. So I wonder if he was like hugging Mael so that he would be damaged by the flame, so to speak, and thus the I'm assuming that that was actually the paintress acquiesced. Oh lol. So does that mean that's not the paintress? Very interesting. Can we see her face? Kinda. Can't really make it out though. Yeah, I should probably actually like do the plot thing and follow this. Oh, Megog says, I always hate when games script things that you haven't done in game. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on with JRPGs in general, right? It's like the whole
À l'intérieur du monolithe.
win in the boss fight
C'était quoi cette
in the
chose?
fight.
Et pourquoi nous a-t-elle aidé à entrer?
Tu vas
Cool.
bien, Maël?
Là-haut. Elle. La peintresse. Elle est là-haut.
Que veux-tu dire?
Je sais pas trop. Mais je sens que. La vraie peintresse. Son cœur est quelque part au-dessus de nous.
On dirait qu'il va nous falloir monter alors.
Damn, it's fucking beautiful. Yeah, that's such a trope, right? Like, win in the battle, lose in the cutscene type thing. And I get it, like, they want to, you know, give you a challenge of your combat skills and have you surpass the challenge of that particular challenge, and then not necessarily have it have like a fatal consequence on a character, and help you build a relationship with that character. So like, thinking of a situation where you have a character who is like a villain, and then you beat the villain in the cutscene, but then they defeat you afterwards. I mean, it feels anticlimactic and it feels like a little manipulative, but also it gives you a battle with that character, and that can build your relationship with that character over time. It would be better if they find a more organic way to handle the exit, like the character leaves or stuns you or something, right? But I mean, I understand what they're going for, so to speak. I'm marking them with a something special about this weapon, I can tell. Okay, so let's see. Bad Omen should finish it, I think.
Je vous vois tous.
Yeah, nice. Not a lot of damage, but that's okay. I feel like we haven't heard this battle music for a while.
Appréciable.
And the terrain looks like it's getting... I forget the... Whoa. The name of that first area that we were in, but it looks more similar to that. Hello? Oh, cool. Hi. Oh. That's such a cool effect.
C'était quoi ça?
Je ne sais pas.
Le feu. Encore.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the Spring Wilds or whatever it was called when we started off. But nice. It's really cool. It feels like everything's kind of come around full circle. We got Lumiere in the background. We're back to this initial biome, but we've come so far. We've learned so much, but there's also still like a ton of mysteries and learning to be done. So I don't know. Feels like the game has really done a great job with its world building, and it's all kind of culminating in this. Oh shit! What the? That was weird. I think I should actually let some of the other characters do things, because Mael just winds up taking the show, stealing the show the whole time, which is fine, but also, like, I need to practice with the other characters. So, let's see. So, what have I done with this? I have Focused Foretell, Bad Omen. I have quite a few ways of consuming Foretell, but not a whole lot of ways of applying it. Bad Omen applies to Foretell per hit. Focus Foretell does up to 5 on one enemy. So let's try this. See how far we get with Bad Omen. It's actually not bad. And for him, so let's try Defiant Strike. High physical damage, 2 hits, applies mark. Okay. Nice. Okay. And a nice counter there. Not bad on that either. So, initial impression is that Defiant Strike doesn't really do enough damage to justify that health cost. We'll see. So, Focused Foretell applies to Foretell. Yeah, that's not great. Let's see. Berserk slash medium physical damage deals more damage the less health Verso has. Let's see how this does. I mean, that's okay. It's not amazing, but... And what is the... Yeah, I admit I really kind of liked the... Yeah, I really was having fun with this. I'm going to go back to this. And for CL, I don't love this. What else do we have for applying? Harvest, Rush, Searing Bond, applies 5 Foretell, also deals damage. Yeah. So let's do, instead of Focused Foretell, let's do Searing Bond. And then, what about Spectral Sweep? Spectral Sweep is... okay, just does a lot of AP, so we might need to find ways to give her more AP eventually, but that's okay for now. And then for Verso, if we're gonna do that with Dualizo, we should probably also find a way to increase his Luminas to give him more, like, on-hit effects. So let's see, for his, for like the marks, right? So increased break damage on base attack, that was pretty good. SOS power, rewarding mark, 2 AP on dealing damage to a mark target. That's great because I was applying marks with the free aim shots as well. Let's remove that for now. Powerful revive, let's remove that for now. Could also be good. Apply inverted for self, that could be good as well, but let's see. Healing counter, I'm looking for more things that will do mark damage. So energizing start, energizing heal, empowering last stand, energizing dodger, critical moment, burn, breaking burn, breaker, apply rush. We'll find something in here, or maybe not. Do I already have it all? Yeah, okay, I guess I already have all that stuff. So try breaker, because having more break damage would be good, and see how that goes. Okay, cool. Probably do like add more stuff later, but for now that should give him something to play with. Ooh, I love that sound effect. It was so good. It really is crazy. Alright, so let's see. Bad Omen. Wait, I wanted to see this. Extreme dark damage to all enemies. Absorbs allies' health and enemies. Foretell to do... Okay, let's try this. Oh my god, okay. I didn't realize it meant that amount of health. Holy shit, okay. So that's really interesting that it costs that much health, but then Verso has an ability that also lets him like profit from being at low health. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Okay, so do I think CL should have that ability as well, right? Does she still have, instead of spectral sweep, can I just do, that might actually be really good. Consumes all foretell. There, she should have an additional ability that restores a shitload of health to all. Yeah, harvest. Oh, it's I need it to be like dark harvest. Okay, so I'll get that next time. Let me try. I actually don't want to do this because it's just gonna make fucking Mael be that much more of a nuke. Applies 3 foretell with marking card. Yeah, I think maybe I do. So, that's a really cool idea. Let me see how it combos with Verso's thing. Because if Verso's low health attack damage, no, okay, I want to mess with that a little bit more, but I'm skeptical of it being really useful in the long run. But anyway, it's pretty fun. I am genuinely grateful that so far these little find it challenges haven't been all that actually challenging. It's the sort of thing where I think if I were in a different mood, I could complain about, like, if you're just gonna put them in here and not have them be challenging, like, why put them in at all? I could see myself making that same argument, but at the same time, I'm just glad to have them as like a little diversion that I don't have to spend a whole lot of time worrying about and bringing down the overall like flow. I don't mind them, but I also am very glad that they aren't taking up a lot of time, if that makes sense. I also just noticed that I think there's like a little tick tick sound that plays when enemies become aware of you that I hadn't noticed before. So I'm actually going to skip Mael. I know, heresy, but I want to practice with some of the other characters first. So, high physical damage, 5 to 7 hits, consumes foretell, twilight. Okay, so let's see what happens if I just like build up some foretell for a couple of turns. Okay, and now, what happens if I do this? 1, 2, and then 3, and then 4, and I get two back. Right, 1, 2, and now I do an attack. Right, and now I'm back up at 9, and then I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then I attack. Okay, and then I do 2 more. Oh wait, shit. Okay, this is actually surprisingly broken. I love it. It's really goofy, but I also really like it. You know what? Just for fun. It just ends with a little bit of a flourish. Okay, so I got a whole bunch of new Lumina that I learned. I want to just check real quick to see if there's anything else on Verso that I should be swapping things out, because I don't technically need Greater Shell on him, right? So for Pictos, let's see. Greater Shell, 600 health, not bad, but I don't really need shell damage reduction. So is there anything else that I could be leveling up with him in the meantime? Critical break, hang on, yeah. Increased break damage on critical hits, but I don't really crit that much. Doubles all heals received. Sure, why don't I like just plug that in, so that I have I keep leveling up the Lumina. I'm going down in health a little bit, but that's fine. On death, allies gain shell. That's pretty good. 1 AP on base attack. That's pretty good. I want to keep that going. But let's see. Are there actually any other things here that I can? They won't double up, right? Plus the AP on killing an enemy. Apply powerful on applying shell. Yeah. So let's just see if there's anything else that's relevant to my build. 25% more damage, but takes 25% more. That could actually be useful. I think I'll start leveling that up as well. Obviously, Verso himself is going to be a tiny bit more vulnerable while we do that, but that's okay. And we can kind of go from there. And let's see if I can get that skill for CL. Oh, sorry, it says this part. Oh, what was the thing that was part of your main kit for Mael? I'm sorry, I forgot where we were in that conversation. Okay, I'm going to save up for you. Same thing for you. You're good for now. And for you, CL. Okay, I need to either repaint or, let's see, Twilight Dance. I do want to keep that. So, yeah. I think I'll wait. And then this will be the next thing that I upgrade for her. Okay. Yeah, let's do attributes real quick. So for CL, we're going to keep going with luck. 70% crit rate is not bad at all. Good amount of defense for our tank over there, and some more health for our fuzzy boy. Okay, now we can get right back into it. Oh, I should probably... Nah, I don't need to rest, actually, because I haven't actually taken that much damage yet. Oh, this is so gorgeous. Oh, we're back at that tree. Unless it's one that just looks similar. But that seems unlikely. Oh, it's a sprung. I sprung. I still haven't defeated him, obviously. I have to go back and... I hope I'm not actually nearing the end game. I don't think we are, like, locked off from going back because we haven't fucking, like, still gotten the swim ability or the flying ability. So that wouldn't really make much sense.
Encore. Et elle apprend à ses enfants à peindre.
You can actually kind of make out her face. I'm surprised that they didn't leave it like, totally blurred out. Although it's kind of hard to see anyway. Oh, is that the boy with the hollow face that we saw before? It looks like his outfit. Oh, last chance is a technique. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Oh, right. It feels like we're getting... Oh, man, I fucking love that design. That's so cool. I think we've run into those before. I'm not sure. But they're, really fucking awesome. Okay, let's see. So, if I start with Moon and then apply... Yeah, let me try this. I want to try to mix things up a little bit. It was actually not bad at all. Lots of crits there. That's nice. Okay, so let's do this again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's do attack on her. Or them. Okay, now I should have... I can go again. And now I should be able to do this. Applies powerful to 1 to 3 allies. Do that. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, nice. Okay. Nice parry. Okay. For some reason, those are feeling so much more intuitive right now. The parries. Had to open my fucking mouth. Okay, I actually really do want to get that ability on CL to heal now, because I think that'll be super useful. But anyway.
Ça va faire mal.
Nice. So, yeah. The next time we go to a get to a leveling up point, I think I'm going to swap her out for that ability, because having a like a dedicated heal for everybody would be useful, and then I could take better advantage of some of those other techniques as well. And also, I like the fact, maybe I won't get too granular with this tonight, but I do like the fact that they're allowing death to be something that you can actually play around. Like, there's a lot of effects that you can trigger based on like death and reviving, which is cool. Whoa, what the fuck was that? I just got 2 shields? Okay. And I'm in virtuous stance? Okay. Yeah, I'm not complaining, but what the fuck just happened? Okay, nice. Oh, now I remember this. Yup. I've tried to beat this guy like with only parrying before, and it's not this one specifically, the one earlier in the game, and it's a whole thing. Yeah, I'm glad that she has she's covered in shields, but not exactly sure why that happened. Anyway. I am glad that they're finding a way to bring back this soundtrack, because it was such a cool part of the early game. Okay, so yeah, let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then attack. And now I'm at 4. And now I can actually, if I wanted to, I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and go up another rank. Or I could do this. So 1, 2, and then I can do reduce current rank and gives 2 to 4 AP to other allies. Nice. That was awesome.
Attention, il génère de la chroma.
I think we're good. Yeah, and so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and also that, and also that. It must be a property of the weapon. I think I remember seeing that actually. Okay, so if I apply a moon technique like this, 4 hits during twilight extends twilight, consumes foretell. Okay, let's try this. Damn, okay. Got a new chroma, cleansing tint. Healing tints also remove all status effects. Status effects haven't been... Holy shit. That's a pretty massive upgrade. I feel like status effects haven't been that big of a deal in the game overall, which is interesting. I mean, like, when they've showed up, they've been devastating on occasion. Like, Charm was a big problem in the Visages boss fight. But overall, like, Poison and stuff like that. I don't even know if Poison is in this game, but it feels like Poison and debuffs and things like that haven't really come up all that much. Which is fine. It's not like it has to. But just interesting. Feels like it could be an area for potential elaboration in the future.
Voilà qui devrait aider.
I'm guessing it's probably not a coincidence that the color scheme around here is also sort of evocative of the expedition. You know, that obsidian black and kind of tinged gold, like yellowish gold. And it is cool. The expedition flag that we saw earlier had a number that was higher than 0. So clearly more than one expedition has made it this far, which is surprising, but also very cool. Go. so satisfying. That sort of sleek, fluid sound is just so amazing. Okay, so again, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then oh shit, wrong one. Why does that always do that? It's fine. It all worked out. And I'm sure this is going to work out well as well. Nice. Okay. I wonder why they capped the damage at 9999 like that. Unless it goes even higher, but I find that hard to believe at this point. Yeah, I think it'll be super valuable to just have like one group heal regardless. So I am going to like respec CL for that afterwards. Yep. That's cool. I love that little flurl, the da 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 at the end. Little flourish. Flurl. What the fuck is a flurl? Flying squirrel. No, I do really enjoy how they have like recurring leitmotifs and I don't know, like fragments of songs that they've woven into things. I think I'm going around in a circle at this point. So since we're nearing the flag, I think I'm going to very quickly take a look at CL's abilities. And then we can proceed. So, learn skills. Okay, so for CL, I think I need to remember... Okay, I haven't been using Rush all that much. I haven't been using Spectral Sweep. So refunding these two is probably fine anyway. And then just sort of like build out from there. Alright, so reset. Do Marking Card and Bad Omen. Let's do Phantom Blade, Sealed Fate, and Grim Harvest. Okay, and then down here, I was going to go deeper into these. So Firing Shadow, low dark damage to all enemies. But I want more things that apply. Is there anything else that applies Foretell to like lots of enemies? A single target, yeah, uses weapons up. So the problem with this is that it has such a high AP cost that I don't think I'll be using it all that often. I really should just be like trying to apply Foretell and move it around as quickly as possible, and then using like Sealed Fate and stuff like that, because it doesn't remove the Foretell. So where's the one that... So this actually target ally plays immediately and gains 4 AP. That's useful. Physical damage propagates target for... Yeah, this one over here. So, and plays a second turn. Yeah, so I think I'm going to go with that. So let's try this out. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Now, Shell, Powerful, and Rush to all allies. That's pretty good, but Verso's doing enough of that on his own. That was pretty good. Extreme target damage and applies 10 Foretell. Oh, so that actually applies Foretell and can break. Okay. So... high dark damage to all enemies, 3 hits, consumes all Foretell. Yeah, so let's see. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I'll have just enough to kind of go through here and use Plentiful Harvest and go to Final Path. And then I'll have a break ability. It won't be as cool as this with the Twilight Dance and everything, but I haven't been getting into Twilight all that much anyway. So yeah, let's try that. And that'll give us a pretty versatile kit to work with a lot of fun stuff. Okay, so that being said, let's start off by doing Marking Card, and let's do Card Weaver. Let's do Spectral Sweep. Okay, then let's do Bad Omen. That's actually a Sun card. I need more dark cards. Did I do the same shit that I did before? Plentiful Harvest. Okay. Right. Dark card. Single target can break. Sealed Fate. And then this. Instead of Sealed Fate. Is Sealed Fate the one that goes off a critical? Yeah, critical. Okay, so instead of Firing Shadow. We'll do this. Grim Harvest. We already got Grim Harvest. Final Path. And that way we've got apply. Well, we have too many applies now. Apply. I should have picked something else for that. Apply. Consume. Okay, so let's do this. And let's move marking card out, and let's do applies mark. Where the fuck are all my consumes? Propagates foretell. And applies foretell. Consumes off foretell. Consumes one foretell. Okay. Searing bond apply. Fuck. This is so confusing. Consumes. I need it. Shit. Okay. I need one that does like actual big consumption to nuke things. So that actually, I shouldn't have this, because what this is going to do is just apply more foretell. I need more consumes, right? Consumes foretell to increase damage. Applies. Consumes, so that does do consume 1 per hit. It's only 3 hits though. Applies, heals, consumes. Yeah, so I should have. Oh, I already have Twilight Slash. Okay, great. So I'll just use this. So Final Path. Marking card. We try that. See how that works, and then kind of go from there. That being said, I think her weapon does a lot of damage, but I think I still kind of prefer the like do 10 foretell per attack thing. Where is it? Yes, this one. Okay, let's try going back to that and see how that works. Okay, thanks for your patience. Just wanted to make sure that I was taking full advantage of the character's abilities and all that. It's nice to explore the skill trees. Saria says, this isn't the damage cap, it goes higher, but you're not strong enough currently. Oh, okay, gotcha. That makes sense, because I was getting pretty consistent, like 9999s against Sprung, and still not doing shit to him, really. Oh, I think I'm going around in circles. Yeah, isn't that where I came from before? And of course, I still have a lot of, miscellaneous things to do. I gotta go back to Golgra and fight her. I'm looking forward to, like, the victory lap at the end of this. Going back and revisiting all those locations. It does feel like my characters have grown quite a lot, and I feel like I've grown as well. Like, I still make a lot of mistakes, but I feel like I'm much better at reading enemy attacks and just understanding what the game wants from me exactly. If that makes sense. I feel like I'm going the wrong way, but I just want to make sure that I explore thoroughly over here. Yeah, it's the art style, I don't know what the correct term for it is, but it feels like they're using some sort of hyper-realism or hyper-realistic elements to really bring things to life in a very vivid way. Like the blue that we just saw there on the waterfall, you would never see a blue like that in the real world, right? In water. I guess like maybe in Florida or like in a tropical island or something like that. You might come across, a section of the ocean on a perfect day where it's really bright out and it looks kind of like that. But it feels like there's been a little bit of extra color applied to it, a little bit of extra panache, so to speak, where it's being brought into the realm of the non-literal. And I really, really like that. I like the fact that the game feels free enough to, make some artistic choices that are bold and are not constrained to reality, and that also fits the game's narrative and overall, like, I don't know, it doesn't clash with the game's narrative. It doesn't feel out of place. It doesn't feel like they're making a mistake at all, right? Like all those choices feel like they're correctly and fairly woven into the fabric of the world, in a way that feels very organic and very, I don't know, lived in, for lack of a better word. Like it feels like it would almost feel wrong. And not even almost. It would feel wrong if this world were rendered realistically. Like if, I don't even know how you would fucking do that. Like I guess the trees look realistic for the most part. And there's nothing wrong about that. But these like lily pad looking sort of plants and the color of gold that's applied to this other kind of fauna that's littering the floor, or flora that's littering the floor, really strikes me as being non-literal, like non-realistic, hyper-realistic, right? And if they had just rendered everything in a more dry way, I think it would have really worked against their goals. So it's very obvious. Like any art director worth their salt, this is incredibly basic art direction stuff, but it's still nice to see, especially because I don't know if you guys have been following what's been going on with the Halo remake and all that, but they are re-releasing Halo as a remake in Unreal Engine. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Where am I supposed to go? And there is a very sharp disconnect between what the art team there are clearly a bunch of extremely passionate and talented developers working on that project who are doing amazing work, and they are doing so within certain constraints placed upon them by the powers that be. Those constraints are bullshit and are not particularly conducive to the game's aesthetics being allowed to live and breathe and come to life. And it really sucks because Halo 1 has a pretty unique and bold and of a certain era kind of aesthetic that is pretty much absent these days. It's something that we've kind of, I think, moved away from. This sort of like bleak, sheer brutalist minimalism, an eerie kind of hollow, kind of lonely, almost like ethereal backrooms-esque kind of vibe. Not a whole lot of games, especially like big action games, really do that anymore. And it was a chance for the developers to really kind of dive back into that and to recapture that feeling. It's going to bring it to life again. And of course they didn't. Of course, it's an Unreal Engine 5 game, and Unreal Engine 5 is fucking awesome. I literally use it like every day. It's an amazing tool for developers. It is a joy to work with in so many ways. But it's funny that like as a developer, I've been loving Unreal more and more every single year. I've been working with Unreal for a decade now. Like I shipped a game with Unreal 3 like a while ago, and I've gone up through 4 and 5. And of course, like I used to play Unreal games when I was a kid. I used to play Unreal Tournament. It was a big favorite of mine. So suffice to say that my games industry career would not be what it is without Unreal. Like I'm very grateful for that team. I've worked with Epic Games on a couple of projects, and the folks that I met there were awesome. They're really, really cool people. So it's genuinely fucked up that... also, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's genuinely kind of fucked up that... like, while developers are having, at least from my perspective, a better and better time with Unreal Engine 5 as a piece of software, it's also kind of taken on this status as being like almost an assembly line product from a consumer standpoint, because Fortnite was always made in Unreal Engine, but it recently got the Unreal Engine 5 makeover, right? Like it got the graphical upgrade, and in so doing, like some people felt like it lost a little bit of its, kind of more rudimentary aesthetic charm, because now it's been modernized with some of the like Unreal Engine 5 features, like going up from 4 to 5, right? The Silent Hill 5 remake, or Silent Hill 2 remake, was done in Unreal Engine, and everything looks crisp and clean and fine and perfect. But now the Halo remake is going in the same engine, and I think there's this general feeling of like, so Unreal, because it's so powerful and accessible and like familiar at this point, that's just sort of the thing that developers are going to reach for when they want to just like make something that looks and here we go, that looks and feels kind of safe. And for Halo of all games to be getting that treatment feels like a betrayal to some people. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't say that I feel betrayed. But you know, I played the shit out of Halo when I was a kid. I played through every game in the series except for Halo Wars and Wars 2, I guess. I made friends over like matches of I played so much Halo 2 multiplayer, I don't even want to admit it. It's frankly probably like embarrassing. I just spent like so much time playing that game with people, but it's not embarrassing. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's just you know, one of those things where it feels like such an important part of gaming history, and for me as well, like an important part of my life, that it's really weird to me to not want to preserve it in all of its weird, quirky glory. You know, why would you want it to look like everything else? Why would you want everything to be like crystal clear and shiny and spotless when so much of what made the original game was its quirk and its jank and its I don't know, its weird coldness, you know? I feel like we're losing a little bit of that in the games industry. So anyway, all this is just to say that these folks here at Sandfall absolutely could have made this game look 100% realistic with Unreal Engine, and they could have, you know, put it out there and been like, hey, look, this is yet another game to show off the technical prowess of the Unreal Engine, blah blah blah. But at the same time, you know, they decided to focus on artistry over graphical fidelity. Not that the game isn't beautiful, right? Not that the game isn't technically proficient. It definitely is. But their priority was not on verisimilitude, right? And that's good. There is a sort of weird, gross fetishization of verisimilitude in the industry right now, and we don't need any more of that. We already get it. You can make the world look realistic. You can make a car look like a car looks in the real world. You can make water look like it does in the real world. Yeah, that's very impressive. Simulations are very impressive, but these are video games. These are stories. They're narratives. They're interactive experiences. They're not just fucking simulations, right? Like, that's very impressive, and sometimes it's nice to have that, but that's not really the point of making games. I think The Witcher 4 is going to be an Unreal as well, and it looks great, but also it just kind of looks like, you know, the art direction just kind of looks like places. I know that sounds silly, but you know, I'm not really. I'm more impressed when people go like crazy directions, I guess, because at this point it's easier than ever. Like it's almost harder now to make something that looks this creative and impressionistic and abstract in an industry, in a climate where there has been so much incentivization and so many powerful tools specifically geared toward making things look realistic. Like that's where the focus of the industry has been forever. And especially recently, just like this push towards like realism and sim. And so, like, when was the last time you heard about a feature coming out? It's like, hey, check out this new graphical innovation. We're going to let you do some weird, cool effects that have never been seen before, like the twisting hallways in the Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time. Or like, hey, we found a new way that you can like process visuals to like generate spirals of colors that haven't really ever been experimented with before, or something. Like, I don't fucking know. It's all about like, look at how real we can be. I don't fucking care. like I do. Like obviously when the Witcher comes out, if it looks like real life, that will be cool. It will be extremely impressive because there's a lot of really talented people working really fucking hard at that. But also, we need shit like this. We need shit like this more than we need the realism. We have enough. Like, we've come so far. We've done an amazing job. And now we need to go broad, not just go deep on this one very particular aesthetic, you know? Anyway, I was going to get off my soapbox for a second. I wanted to make sure that I got, like, one ability here that does group damage. Hey Sadakio, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you're having a good night. The Witcher, some 1 out of 10 game. What the fuck? That is certainly a bold take. Now I have to ask you for a follow-up. You forgot to change the account. Oh, don't worry. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Anonymous user 2234 mentioned that The Witcher is some 1 out of 10 game. Whoever that might be. You don't like The Witcher? That's totally fine. I'm curious, is it The Witcher 3 you don't like, or 1 or 2, or just like the whole franchise? Because I am a big fan of 3, but yeah. Let's see, Firing Shadow. But yeah, I understand that. Like, actually, when I first played The Witcher 3, I fucking hated it, and I was totally baffled why anybody liked it. And then, funny enough, I was in the hospital for a few weeks, and while I was in the hospital, I picked up the Witcher audiobooks, and then I got interested in the character of Geralt, and I went back sort of on a whim and played through a few hours of The Witcher 3, and then I was like, oh, I really respect how they are bringing this character to life, and this feels like a good adaptation, so I'll stick with it, and I'm really glad I did, because then I was able to, then I was able to kind of get into it a little bit more. Yeah, let me take Bad Omen along with Twilight Slash, and I think I'm honestly probably not even going to use this all that much. So let me try this and then come back to that later. Okay. You forget to change the account. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, no, I appreciate it. I have very strong opinions and things that I'm very passionate about, so I'm going to speak my mind. I hope everybody here also feels free to speak their mind as well, even if we disagree. You know, as long as we're respectful towards each other. Like, I don't expect us to agree on all this stuff. Oh, it's Ryoman. Okay, gotcha. Good to see you, Ryoman. Hope you're having a good night. But yeah, you hate 1, 2, and 3. That's very interesting. Any particular reason why? Saria says, you're a lot. Oh, hang on a second. I think more games need a custom-built engine. It's what makes Breath of the Wild and TOTK or Tears of the Kingdom stand out for me. Yeah, sure. And even why Wind Waker. Yes, Wind Waker still stands above a lot of modern games. Absolutely. And look, it's really hard. It's a big ask, you know? I can't really expect it of everybody. But at the same time, like, I'm going to make a game of my own one of these days. And I am going to use Unreal. Because I just don't have the skill, or like I don't, just to be honest, I don't want to take the time to learn a new engine or to learn to like code an entirely new thing, you know what I mean? Wait, one second. Like, I don't want to have to learn code from scratch in order to be able to... Sorry, I'm doing a bad job of multitasking. Let me finish this battle first. One sec. Oh, damn. Yeah, what I was gonna say is like, I'm gonna make my own game at some point, and when I do, I am going to use Unreal, because to make my own engine from scratch, I would need to learn a lot more code, and I don't really want to do that. I would rather spend my time using tools that I know and that are like relatively easy and accessible, and basically enabling myself to get my ideas out more quickly than I would investing in the like learning code or like learning a new engine. That being said, it's going to be really important to me to try to find some way to make it look aesthetically unique. And look, I'm no visual artist, so it's going to be, I'm hopefully going to be able to like work with somebody to help define the art style. But I don't want it to look like realistic. I would much rather have it look like this than anything else, if that makes sense. Okay. I think I fucked this up again. I guess not, because... So that's going to apply Foretell. That's going to give 10, and then I can consume on the next turn. God, I love that. It's so fun. It's so cheesy and goofy, but it's so fun as well. Because I'm like already almost at like A rank by the end of one turn just from like spamming that shit. It's so powerful. Anyway, Sorry says, you're a lot nicer than me because I truly do not care. I actively avoid realistic games because if I want to see human pores, I can look at people or myself. Yeah, that's fine. Look, I think that there's... the way they... How can I say this? It almost feels like disrespectful in a way to not celebrate the advancements in realistic graphics, because when I was a kid and fucking Sonic the Hedgehog Sonic Adventure came out on Dreamcast, I thought, you know, this, or like when I first played Ocarina of Time, I was like, this is it, like we have achieved the pinnacle of realistic graphics. You know what? Actually, to go back a little bit, I still remember I was in a Wendy's somewhere, and they had a TV, and the TV was running an ad for DX. What was it? Not DX. What was this shit called? Yeah, wasn't it called like the Link's Awakening DX? It was the one for Game Boy Color, and they had the intro like cutscene that was animated. And he was like on the ship, and then the ship crashes or whatever. And I was like, you can experience that on a Game Boy like now. Like, we're living in the future. It's amazing. Like my sort of, you know, friends that I had or whatnot had this big bulky like 5-pound brick of a Game Boy that they were lugging around with them. And now, like all of a sudden, there was this sleek, slim device, and you could play a cartoon in your hands. I was like, this is it, we're living in the future. And then a few years later, or felt like a few years later, the Dreamcast comes out, and there's Sonic running on the boardwalk away from like an orca, and it's like, oh my god, this is it. Games are never going to get more realistic than this. We already reached it, right? There's like GTA 3 was out around that time, vaguely, if I remember correctly. And like, yeah, this is the pinnacle. This is it. And we've come so much further that statement seems laughable. You go back and you like look at the NPCs in Sonic Adventure 2, and they have like 3.5 triangles apiece. But at the same time, you know, I think because the graphical fidelity was not that high at the time, folks maybe felt a little bit more highly incentivized to look for more impressionistic ways to like they had to rely on artistry to set themselves apart. It was less of a competition for who has the little bubble goes by, the most realistic graphics, and more who had like the most distinctive and provocative style, because the tools just weren't that compelling. And nowadays I feel like since the playing field has been leveled, it's a lot easier for smaller teams with less code experience to just make good-looking games quickly, but also it does kind of like result in a bit of sameness if we're not careful about how we use those tools, you know what I mean? Let me see. I actually want to try this. Whoa, glitching out there a little bit. Alright, let's see. What do I have that does about 5? Leadership. Reduces rank and gives 2 to 4 to others. Powerful. Phantom Stars. Let's try... Yeah, I'm not really using Defiant Strike and Berserk Slash that much, huh? Let's try that. Damn, okay. Not bad. That thing's called Obscur? Oh shit, too early. Ah. Oh my gosh. How did I miss that twice? That was so stupid.
Vas-y,
Oh, don't attack him. Come on. Damn it. Oh well. I think I have something for his that it triggers on revive for him as well, so. What was that? That was weird. Oh, I had a shield, that's right. Okay. Just focusing on this, but I will get back to chat soon as well. Okay. Card Weaver propagates targets foretell to all others. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's do 1, 2, and how about this? 1, 2. How much does this take again? Sensors? Okay, it does 4. So let's do 1, 2, and then let's do this. Sensors 1, 2. Okay, not bad. Got one of them down. Damn, okay. Guess it's just my L, not that that's a problem. Yeah, see, there we go. Not bad at all. Okay, yeah, well, again, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let's do this. Okay, and we're almost done. I haven't even really been using my combos correctly. I've just been like kind of going with the flow of things, so that's been fun. Okay, let me catch up on chat before we get into the next thing because it's taking up my attention. Sorry says, I prefer the books, but I'm someone who will almost always prefer a book to its adaptation because my mind creating the setting. I like my imagination creating a movie as I read. Yeah, that's fair. And there are certain like liberties that the book series take, that the game takes that the books do not, that aren't in like total lockstep with, which I personally like. I think that they overall kind of expand on some characters quite nicely, but then there are others that just kind of show up and they're like, oh yeah, I remember you, okay, you're gone, okay, bye. Like there's certain things that that don't come across as well. It does really strike me though as though the developers cared deeply about the series and really worked hard to try to bring it to life fairly, you know what I mean? From Easter eggs to just like deep cut references, they very clearly like wanted to make that, like wanted to contribute to that world, and I think they did a good job of doing so. Sadaki or Realman says, I don't like my imagination creating something as I read. I prefer to be surprised by things. That's interesting. So do you find it difficult to be surprised by books because your mind is like sort of filling in the gaps, or do you just like things like it when things are a little bit vague, a little bit open to interpretation? That's why I listen to music as I read. It's like playing outside as a kid, but instead it's a book. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. I don't think I would be able to focus. I think I need to kind of do like one thing at a time, which is ironic because like, you know, the whole purpose of the stream is multitasking, I guess, or the whole like an intrinsic part of it is anyway. But yeah, that's interesting. Sadaka says it's different. GTA 3 negs Clair Obscur graphics. Okay. I'm not timing anybody out, but if there ever were, I can't even joke about that. No. Oh my God, you wound me deeply with that. GTA 3 has its own distinct style, and especially for the time, it was, you know, bold and creative and unique. I do not think it holds up at all today. I think you could say, however, that it has a bit of like a, not in a pejorative sense, but it has a bit of an ugly look to it that fits the crime, if that makes sense, like the world of crime and like the goings on in the series. It has like this kind of gritty, grungy feel to it, which feels appropriate, you know? John did not take Mael's advice to parry it. No, that's. I think if I listened to her a little bit more closely, I'd probably be better off. But my head was in the clouds, so to speak. Low single target damage, medium single target light damage. Gems increase for each free. Oh yeah. Hang on a second. Why am I not? I'm not using this. So I am using that. I need to play with this. I'm not using that as much. Let's try that. Okay. Mael protects allies. Oh yeah, I don't really need that for now. And for you, you're okay. Okay. Ryomen just prefers being a contrarian to see if he can get a reaction. Just kind of yaps until it works. Well, you got one out of me there. I mean, like, come on. You gotta look at this game. You gotta look at this. You see the graphics on this guy? They don't got this guy. They don't got this guy in GTA 3. What about this guy? They don't have floating head guy in GTA 3. Okay, they might have him in GTA 6, but that's not really a fair comparison because 6 is at least one more than 3. And they've had fucking 60 years to work on it, so they better fucking get it right. But honestly, you know, I don't even really like saying that X, Y, or Z game. How can I say? I'm a little hesitant, or like a little like I want to be careful about making comparisons like that. Like, does GTA 3 look better than this game? I mean, like, yeah, I think it's more beautiful. I definitely think it has a stronger, bolder, more unique, more appealing art style. It goes more places. It says more, you know. It's more memorable. Etc. It's more mature, it's more elaborate, it's more nuanced, it's more varied, it has more depth, etc., etc. But that being said, like, GTA's like it's kind of like saying which game looks better, the Demon Souls remake or Drakengard 1. And like the Demon Souls remake is like way prettier. Stop shaking. It's like genuinely like really pretty and looks great. But, 1 second. What was that sound? Jeez. And looks great for the most part, but also, it's like, the reason why Drakengard 1 looks the way it does is, yes, it's a byproduct of its time. Yes, it was limited by the technical concerns, limitations of its day, and all of that. But at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, I forgot that Mael can't be healed right away. But at the same time, regardless of what you think of it, if you're, sorry, I'm getting way too distracted here. So yeah, like, this game is more beautiful. It looks cooler. It's better, quote unquote, than Drakengard. But at the same time, Drakengard, like, looks the way it does, A, because of the technical limitations of its time and budget and stuff like that, but also because, like, its aesthetic fits its narrative, fits its story, fits everything that it needs to, and is an active part of the experience of playing that game. Like, I don't want to play a fucking super realistic, you know, verisimilitudinous Drakengard. I do not want to play that. If they make a Drakengard remake in Unreal 5 and it just looks realistic and the lighting is realistic and everything looks like it could just be like in a meadow, you know, somewhere on a field in England, I'm not gonna fucking buy it, as much as I love that game, because that's not the point. It's supposed to look grim and bleak and desolate and weird and make you uncomfortable, right? So, like, I don't know, I can't stress that enough, like how important that is. And going back to the Demon Souls remake, like, again, it's a game that is genuinely technically marvelous, but at the same time, like, that really has nothing to do with whether or not it evokes the emotion that the original intended. The original Demon Souls is much more primitive by comparison, but it makes you feel differently. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but when I play the Demon Souls, like, remaster, remake, whatever you want to call it, I feel kind of like in awe and like impressed and kind of dwarfed by these grandiose structures and this majestic kingdom. When I played through the first game, I just feel like sad and lost and alone and hollow and scared, and that matters, you know. Love it or hate it. Shit. Love it or hate it, that initial 1 second. So I can't actually use follow-up. I see. Okay, I got to work on that. Okay, I'll figure that out. No problem. Oh, right. I was gonna swap out Blitz because I'm not really using that anyway. But yeah, basically what I was just trying to say is that, you know, I think it's important to recognize that Jesus. It's just important to recognize that the way that something looks can also determine the way it makes you feel, and that looking quote-unquote ugly is not necessarily a mistake or something to be avoided, you know? Damn, okay. Shit. I really messed that up. Rioman says, you're just jealous, let's be real. No, I don't think so. We just have different aesthetic preferences. Rioman says, yes, I'm forced to adapt to things that I see visually outside of books, which I can't exactly expect, so therefore, by default, I'm more surprised. With books, I just won't be surprised because it's a product of my imagination, locations, etc. My mind will create these in a way I'm already familiar with, even if I'm not fully aware of it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way before, but that does make a lot of sense. GTA 3 over GTA 6 graphics. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Like, there is something to be said for that. It's about how it makes you feel. In GTA 6, I don't know, for people who actually want to, like, really literally simulate crime, maybe GTA 6 is going to be closer to what they want. But for me personally, like, there's something to be said for that old kind of aesthetic, that old palette, you know? Come on, why am I so bad at that? Wow, I am really struggling with this one. Oh well. Okay. So I can do this, and then I can do follow up. Not bad, okay. I should probably actually start resurrecting people though. Yeah, okay, I could be doing better than that. Especially since Verso is meant to be a support character. Stop, okay, stop. I'm already dead, God. For people who want to simulate crime, goes outside and pushes down an old lady. Just make sure to check for a cartoonishly large stack of dollar bills bigger than your head conveniently bundled together after you've done so. That's how you know you're in a video game. I think Verso needs to start with more AP as well. He just doesn't have enough starting AP to be able to really get the most out of his, like, rush there. Oh, he does actually have a weak spot behind the shield. Just noticed that now. Also, I forgot to mention before, but I love, one second. I love the fact that we're coming up to this. That massive statue that we saw before. Hospital scene from Evangelion versus table scene from Code Geass. I actually am embarrassed to admit that I'm not familiar with the scenes you're talking about. I should know them. Okay, so let's see. Dark Harvest or Grim Harvest would be 5. Consumes Foretell though. That's fine though. I think I should get into the habit of starting with a moon attack. See how that goes. Oh shit, I keep forgetting I can't heal my L. That was so stupid. Alright, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then attack. And now follow up. That wasn't very impressive. Honestly, probably makes sense to just like go straight for the go straight into the next part of the fight. Or like I feel like I'm not getting all that much out of the follow up there, and I should probably just like keep pushing to get to S rank and then explode with something else. Nice, okay. Nice, there we go. Oh, I shouldn't I shouldn't know which one it is or what those scenes are. That's probably for the best. Well, now I'm curious, of course. I actually saw a movie recently called well, I was looking for spooky movies to watch, and we watched In a Violent Nature, and we watched Long Legs, which both of those movies are quite interesting in their own right. In a Violent Nature is I mean, it's very gory, so it's not like for everyone, and normally I don't like movies like that. I usually don't have a stomach for gore, and I don't like watching people have a bad day. Like, believe it or not, even though like some of my favorite series are like Berserk, and you know, obviously there's a lot of emotional trauma and stuff that's being depicted in this game, a lot of pain and suffering and all that, but I don't like it when it feels like it's gratuitous or exploitative. Like, I don't enjoy like seeing people suffer intensely. Like, I don't get anything out of that. But it was In a Violent Nature was recommended to me, and if you don't mind gory movies, it's quite interesting because it kind of takes place. Oh, that's cool. I'm guessing that wasn't intentional. I'm guessing that's like an artifact, but it does kind of make it look like clockwork, which is kind of nice. But it's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's a slasher movie sort of, but it's also like a very kind of experimental one that takes a lot of time to just kind of sit. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. To kind of just like sit with scenes for a long time and let them play out and let tension build and really let, you kind of wait for the emotion to like there's a long scene that goes on for like 10 minutes and you keep thinking there's a jump scare now, right? And then it never comes, and then it just moves on to the next scene, and it's like, oh wow, okay, we just had to sit here with that tension for a while and just kind of thank you for the bless you, just kind of live with that tension for a little while. And yeah, it's very powerful. They do that quite a few times, and at one point it's like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's one point where it almost feels like the character one of the characters kind of gets bored with the scene itself, and the character decides to end the scene early. and it's actually really funny. So they're like playing with the tropes of the medium, so to speak, which I think is really smart. So it says, oh, that's why you're never watching Terrifier, because it's just gore for the sake of gore. Yeah, I think that there's an argument to be made that, like, in our lives, we are going to confront, like, pain and suffering, and we might, unfortunately, like, come across some very grim scenes, and that there could be some kind of therapeutic value to getting used to some of that imagery in a safe environment. Like, I think I told you before that I used like Silent Hill games as a form of therapy for myself, like to get used to feeling afraid in a safe way, and kind of got myself out of like being constantly. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Kind of got myself more used to experiencing fear in a safe space, and like played around with that a little bit, and I think it helped me, like, I was like doing self-administered systematic desensitization essentially, and I think it worked. So I think I wouldn't say, not that this is what you were saying, but I wouldn't say that there's no value in media that is just gory for gory's sake or sadistic for sadistic's sake, because even the ones that seem like they're just exploitative, maybe you could argue, for the sake of being open-minded, that they provide some kind of value like that, right? But you could also counter that by saying, yeah, well, maybe they desensitize people to things that we should remain sensitive to, and they make light of human suffering in a way that's, you know, exploitative, like for money or however else you want to say. So I personally tend to be open to arguments on either side, but personally I tend to just be like, kind of, I don't know, not impressed by somebody. Like, it takes a lot of time and effort to make any kind of art, right? And somebody decides, like, okay, what I'm going to do with my life, one second, is I'm going to spend a shitload of time and effort and resources and convince a bunch of people and get a bunch of money together and basically just like devote all this time and effort and all these resources to depicting very, very intense human suffering. Why did you decide to do that with your life? You know, like, isn't there anything else you could do? I don't know. Is it really because you're trying to provide some kind of a service like that? Nice. Ooh, I love the expedition counters. That's so good. Damn, calm the fuck down. It was actually making me nervous how fast it was running from, or like bobbing from side to side like that. But yeah, I don't know, like, you say ungulate? Why ungulate? But that is kind of like, I also noticed that we seem to be going through a lot of the biomes that we recently like experienced over the course of the game as well. So let me go to Verso for a second, because something about his skill kit is not working for me. So what is this? Critical hits generate 2 perfection, deals very high single target damage, 5 hits. Okay, so Blitz, I'm not using it because it's redundant with my other abilities. So let's replace that with something. We could try Assault 0. From Fire could also be good, but I'm not using Fire all that much these days. Dispel Status. Follow Up I already have equipped. Blitz, yeah. So single target. Oh, at rank B it costs 5 AP. Okay, so this one, I'll be able to use this pretty quickly. can break. Yeah, let's try that instead. And then for Defiant Strike and Berserk Slash, I don't know if I'm going to be using those that much either, but let's just keep those up for now. And then we can swap them out with these if we need to. I think having some more health would be good. We're all feeling a little bit brittle right now. Okay. And I think that's it for now, skills-wise. Mael, I don't really have anything else that I'm champing at the bit for her. Okay, there we go. Johan Liebert versus Light Yagami, or Yagami. I don't know, man. I'm not that far into Monster. I think I'm only on episode like 25. Although my partner and I should get back into it. We were both really enjoying it. From what I've seen, Light. Ooh, I love that. From what I've seen, Light. Thanks. I'll be here all night, folks. From what I've seen, Light is pretty. How can I say?
Sympa.
So Light kind of gets cornered very quickly, like very, very quickly. And then once he is in a corner, he's able to do a pretty good job of keeping things at bay long enough to sustain himself. Like, he's able to kind of play this cat and mouse game with L for a good long time and keep L, like, stay one step ahead of him for a long time and then eventually kind of, like, win their confrontation. But that being said,
Sympa.
he's a brick. Like, he doesn't really have charisma to speak of. He doesn't really have, he's just kind of one note. I don't see him being able to pull off the sorts of things that that Johan does in terms of building the organization, and really he knows how to exploit the powers of the Death Note from a technical standpoint, and he's very technically minded and able to do that proficiently. But that doesn't mean that he has like the overall sort of sense for a grand scheming manipulative thing, you know. I don't know how to say it, like an overall plan the way that Johan does. Like, trying to think of an example. I think if Light were to go up against, you know, Varys or Littlefinger, he might be able to outsmart Littlefinger,
Son mari?
but I don't know if he'd be able to really win in an overall confrontation against Varys because of all of Varys's like influence and all of the strings that he can pull and, you know, stuff like that. Hopefully that makes some sense. Johan just almost seems to be like portrayed as being on another level. I would actually be curious to see somebody do like a video analysis of that sort of thing though. And compare those characters. I'm sure somebody's done that out there, but if not, they should. Flawless victory. Light low diffs L. Versa's face makes me so mad. I'm so curious to see where this is going. Light low diffs L. Aren't they pretty much on even footing throughout most of the story? That's the impression that I got. Like, if it was just a matter of, like, one of them low-diffing the other, wouldn't that kind of, like, remove the tension from the way that they interact? You know what I mean? You wouldn't be caught? I don't know, maybe. I'm just realizing now that I don't have many apply for, like, I need one more apply for till I need to swap out wait, hang on a second. Okay, I can just use that.
J'ai vu ton avenir.
Okay, now I'm starting to understand better. So, hang on. Okay, so I'm at rank B. Isn't there something that I can... Okay, so next time I can already start using Perfect Break, which is awesome. Yeah, this is so powerful. Saria says, honestly, my favorite videos lately have been people poking fun at Death Note, pointing out how if people were just a lot smarter, he'd be caught by like episode 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you seen... I don't know if maybe this is like, I'm not supposed to laugh at this, but I saw one where it was like, I don't even know how to describe it. It was Ryuzaki trying to get Light to like confess by confessing that he was gay or something like that. It was like, you know, the real Kira would one way to prove to me that you're not the real Kira, because I know Kira is gay, is if you would never like spell your, or it's like, fuck, I'm doing it wrong, but like, it's like, hey, spell your last name backwards, Yagami, spell Yagami backwards, because like, I know that Kira isn't gay, so if you, you know, if you would just spell your name backwards out loud, then I would know that you aren't Kira, you know? And then he says, no, I'm not going to do that. Aha, so you are Kira. Or maybe Kira wouldn't want us to think that he's gay. Like, whatever. It's just really goofy. I'm just going to sit in silence, thinking about... apparently the scene on the rooftop with the, like... Light taking off, or Ryuzaki taking off Light's shoes in the rain, and that moment of silence, apparently that wasn't in the manga. That's crazy to think of, because it feels like such a intrinsically important moment for the two of them, if you know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see. Oh my god. These fucking things are such trolls. Feels so useless.
J'ai vu ton avenir.
Oh, am I supposed to shoot those little balls in the air or something? Oh. Suddenly, I feel stupid. Although it doesn't seem to be all that effective either. Shit. It's doing something, I guess. Oh my god. Well, I'll do what I can. It's definitely more effective than just attacking it normally, so that's something. And it's nice that the hitbox seems to last for a little longer than you'd expect as well. Although that doesn't help. Okay, I have an idea. Healing tint, energy tint, give that to you. Okay. Okay, I think we'll be able to do this. He's slightly close, but not too bad. It's actually kind of fun now that I'm getting into the swing of things. Alright, here we go. Where are you, buddy? Okay, here we go. Boop. And boop. Alright. Yeah, you know what? This is actually kind of cool. Because they're turning it into like a puzzle mini game. And they're kind of iterating on the experience of being of this like type of boss battle, so to speak, or mini boss battle. It's pretty clever. I like it quite a bit. I would have been pissed if I hadn't noticed the fucking little orbs, though. How many times have I done this before and not noticed the orbs? Or is this the first time? Obito versus... Okay, let's see. My favorite one was... Oh, yeah, Mr. Yagami-san. Mr. Yagami-san. Just one more thing. Because I was just like, yep, that's pretty much how that would go, LMFAO. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Obito versus Madara in Outsmarting. Oh, so there's the Light versus Columbo ones by that guy, Johnny Matriciano, I think is his name. That were like the little YouTube shorts collection. But then there was like an epic 15-minute long one that I saw that was like, it starts with Light laughing at the grave or whatnot, or in the cemetery. That was fucking great too. Obito versus Madara in Outsmarting. I don't know. I guess I don't really see Madara as being all that smart, and I do think that he's battle smart, he's combat smart, he's got some amount of wisdom associated with him, but he's not like the same kind of tactical genius that somebody like Kakashi is, for example. He's just really strong, and skilled, and like technically proficient, but he's not like a super intellect as far as I can tell. Obito is a doofus, he's a ding-dong, but he also does kind of manage a lot of shit, and he has his hands in all sorts of, like, he juggles all these different spinning plates and manipulates people and exploits the darkness in their heart. And like, I guess Madara did some tricky clever shit by like manipulating Obito as well. So it's kind of ironic that Madara manipulates Obito, but then Obito, kind of becomes the sort of person like Madara who manipulates the darkness in others. Just never, I guess it never occurred to him that that same thing could be happening to him, so he's a little bit naive there. But overall, I think you could probably argue that Obito has better intelligence feats, but I wouldn't necessarily think of him as particularly smart either. He's kind of like I said, he's a ding-dong. But yeah, I could definitely see there being an argument in different ways for that. And Pain versus Noodles, and I mean, come on, Noodles couldn't. Here's the thing. Interestingly enough, we talked about this more on like Sunday, but excuse me. It looks like Noodles removed a bunch of debates from his channel for whatever reason, or like he set them to private, so you have to be a channel member in order to watch them. I'm not going to pay for that shit, so I guess I'm just not going to see them, which is totally fine. I'm finally free. I have an excuse never to listen to that shit ever again. But basically, it seems like he's kind of moving away from some of that stuff. Ironically, he recently did a debate with somebody on, what the fuck was it? It was like Hagoromo versus Itachi, and Noodles took Hagoromo and the other person took Itachi. And Noodles actually made like that's creepy. Actually made solid arguments, which was kind of funny because it was just sort of like further validate or like vindicating for me, because like in his debate with Swaikage, for example, he made some argument along the lines of look, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't get into it right now because we're doing the Clair Obscur stuff. I'll talk about it more on Sunday. But basically, like, he very clearly recognized the sorts of like logical fallacies that he has made in the past. He didn't admit to them, of course, but when other people make the same mistakes that he had done in the past, he was able to recognize them and call them out and explain why they were wrong. So he's not like completely stupid. I don't think he's actually stupid. I think it'd be more insulting for me to say that he's stupid than that he just doesn't like, than dishonest. Because if he's dishonest, then he's like making a choice to make the mistakes to like misrepresent stuff the way that he does. But to not, if it were an issue of stupidity, he'd have to be so fucking stupid. It just like doesn't match up with like those rare moments that you actually see him say something intelligent. I know he's not stupid, which is what makes listening to his shit that much more frustrating, because he's acting stupid. He's being stupid instead of actually being stupid, if that makes sense. Pain is also a ding dong. Ding dong is the word of the night. I don't think that Pain is like particularly a genius or anything, but I do think that overall. One second. So that didn't do. Oh, it did actually. So I actually don't need that attack at all, because I'm already going to be propagating. Yeah, okay, that's completely redundant with the build that I have. Okay, I'll fix that next time. So yeah, I'm too distracted doing too many things. Let me restart this whole fucking thing one more time. I think that Noodles is smarter than he gives himself credit for, and he puts on a performance where he acts dumb, or rather he just like uses a double standard. And if you actually react directly to what he's saying, you would be like, that's so dumb, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and you would be right, except that he knows very well what he's doing. He's just trying to win the argument through whatever means necessary, and he'll just say whatever he wants to or thinks is necessary to win his points. But then like you'll hear him the next day argue the exact opposite shit if it benefits him in the next conversation. So he's smart enough to know like what the problems are with what he's saying, and he's just choosing to like say the wrong things anyway because he thinks it'll benefit him in that moment. And then Pain is just a goofy goober who I think is very ideologically sound, like a very ideologically not sound, but like committed to his ideology. And at the end of the day, he just doesn't think things through very well or really consider the ramifications of what he's doing, which is part of the reason why Naruto is able to talk Nojutsu him so effectively. I do think it requires a certain amount of intelligence to run the Akatsuki and to manage all like the political machinations and everything associated with that, but he's also got Obito there with him, and it's not like the other people in the Akatsuki don't contribute either. So yeah. Yeah, Clair Obscur turning into a Naruto stream. Every stream is a Naruto stream. I think that came up during the Dark Souls stuff too. Oh, come on. Fucking Margit. Yeah, so hang on a second. Let me do this. Nice. You see, I don't need Card Weaver at all if I'm going to have this weapon equipped. Bad Omen will just give 10 Foretell to everyone immediately. So now I can go into Twilight by using Twilight Slash, or I could use Sealed Fate, and it won't consume Foretell if I get crits. So let's try that. Fucking finally have an excuse to try this. Okay, it was not bad at all. Oh god, that is so satisfying. Okay, and now I'm back up to 9. So can I just do Phantom Stars? Yeah. Nice. That actually doesn't do a lot of damage, but it looks fucking awesome. Damn, I forgot you got all like walled up. Okay. You know what? It's been a long time since I've actually like focused on doing fire. Oh, I can't. Oh well. I was gonna start to build up some fire damage. So let's see. Medium physical damage, 3 hits, deals more damage the less health I have. So let's see how well this does. Considering that he's still walled up, that wasn't bad at all.
Sympa. C'est parti.
Okay, so I have 10 foretell on the motherfucker right now. Applies 1 foretell per hit. Grim Harvest. So I feel like I need another one that consumes more. Hang on a second.
On sort escalé.
So I think actually I don't even really need any other abilities that apply foretell. Because as long as I just use Dark Harvest, I'm always going to have 10. I don't really need to build it up to another source. As long as I just keep this weapon. Okay. Okay. Perfect break. Wait, hang on a second. Oh, it's because it's 4. Okay, 1 sec. What else can break? Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then let's do that. And then, wow, that was actually quite a lot. So, yeah. Do that. Of course he's gonna go for Berso. Okay, that's not bad at all. Can she break? Yeah, I guess just Seal Fate again. Kind of sucks that she can't break, but or at least I didn't have anything that was ready to break, but that's fine. Because now we'll get some business. Okay, finally, now we can start doing some work. Alright, oh, that only... Okay, actually, so now I'm at pretty low health. I'm at S. And I'm gonna go to Berserk Slash and see how much this does. Okay, not bad. Not fucking bad at all. Okay. That was pretty satisfying. Yeah, so Noodles versus Dexter Morgan. Isn't Dexter like kind of a crazy genius? Isn't that kind of his whole thing? I don't think Noodles would stand a chance. I don't know. Oh, you're doing your first edit, Rioman. That's awesome. I'm excited. Which series did you decide to go with in the end? Yeah, I was listening to Abstract Section on stream last night, and like, I think I mentioned this to him as well. Like, no shade to Abstract. Like, I've enjoyed a lot of his stuff. Think he seems like a pretty genuine person. But he was like reading Twitter responses from somebody, and like, I don't know, There's still like so much, I don't know, animosity or something like that in the community, and I remember thinking like, this is a series that's supposed to be about like peace and love and understanding, bringing people together despite adversity. Why the fuck are we always at each other's throats about this, you know? So weird. Not that everybody is, it's just like, people get really mad and argue a lot about a series that's supposed to be about peace and love. It's always a little strange to me. I really like this new build for Verso. Like, it's totally transformed the way that I play him. It's very fun. Of course, I have to... Oh my god, that's such a troll. That's so trolling. I'm very curious to find out, like, why these characters are called Clair and Obscur. Like, genuinely, I want to know what's going on with that. I mean, obviously, like, one is light, one is dark, but... and I wonder if we're going to get an enemy called Clair Obscur that's, like, half black, half white or something like that. Yeah, it seems like a very big, prominent thing that's just kind of out there, you know? Nice. That is kind of unfortunate, like the reset that happens when he takes damage, but this build also like kind of lets me get back up like very quickly. Like I feel like before I tried this build I was like seldom if ever at A and I never got to S. You're welcome to fucking attack literally anyone else, please. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because so now I can just do this, and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it immediately jumps him up to... Oh, well, I guess that's not ideal. That's fine. Okay. So I should have had enough to do Defiant Strike. It costs 30% health. Is this gonna kill me, or is this just going to, like, reduce my health by 30%? Well, I guess we'll never know. Lelouch v Britannia versus Ken Kaneki, 8 out of 10 versus 4 out of 10. Oh, cool. Well, I suppose that'll be like a very nice, what do you call it, like a trouncing. Nice, like a clean sweep for your first video. Sounds fun. Yeah, it's going to be short, right? That'll be cool to see. Congratulations on getting back into it. Like, for me, whenever I approach a... Oh, that could be very useful. A new project, it's really hard to get started. You know, like, that's the hardest part for me, is just taking that first step and beginning working on something. Because once I've started the work, it kind of takes on a life of its own a lot of the time. But before getting to that point, you know, it's very difficult for me to, I guess, agree with myself that something is worth doing and then, like, commit to it and then start developing it and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, so, I know, I think it's awesome that you're, that you've gotten yourself to work to start creating. So, sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yep, you have vitality, makes sense. Oh, that makes sense too. So let me go back into her abilities real quick, because so Twilight Slash. Okay, hang on. So right now, Bad Omen is like the most important thing in my arsenal because it's applying 2 foretell to everyone. Marking Card is also useful in that it can apply a mark, obviously, and would also bring with it 10 foretell. But I don't really need that. Focus foretell, I don't need this at all at this point because it's just not... going to, like, both of these things are going to do something that is more impressive than that, and so I don't need it at all. Rush, I don't really need that at all either. Spectral Sweep deals medium single target damage, 2 to 6 hits, that's right, and it applies 1 foretell per hit. I don't really need the critical thing because I don't really need to worry about applying foretell because I'm just using that anyway to apply 10 foretell. So this is useful, but it's not really all that important. Dark Cleansing, not really. Card Weaver, I don't need that either. Intervention. Final Path, that could be useful. Plentiful Harvest deals medium single target physical damage, consumes all foretell on a target, and gives 1 AP to a party member. So that could be useful, actually. Let's see what we have here. So I definitely don't need Card Weaver. So we have Twilight Slash, which is the single target one. Plentiful Harvest, which will support my allies. And let's bring Grim Harvest here too, so that we have like the support stuff there. Okay. Now Bad Omen, Twilight Slash. Let's put Twilight Slash under here, and Sealed Fate. So Bad Omen is applying Sun. Searing Bond. Oh yeah, here we go. So Searing Bond will be great because this is dark damage, but it's Sun, and it's applying Foretell. Well, hang on. Isn't there a Consume Foretell that deals... Oh, yeah, Phantom Blade over here. Consumes Foretell. Okay, so we need that. So, Phantom Blade and Bad Omen, these two together can already get me into Twilight. Sealed Fate, Consume Foretell. Okay, let's try this shit, except instead of Twilight Slash... Let's try something a little bit more dramatic. Where's that final path? Okay, let's try that. See how that goes. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry for the hitting the mic there. I do love that we are... Oh, that's so fucking cool. I love that we're going through these areas that we've experienced before and seeing them from a new perspective, like seeing other sides of them, and also seeing characters that are, I guess, like chromatically altered versions of their previous selves. It's very cool. Yeah, not bad. Okay, so now low dark damage to all enemies. Right. So if I do this, it's going to do 30 foretell. Right. Yeah, exactly. And so now I can actually clean these guys up, probably just with Verso on his own, or at least do quite a bit. Okay, and now I can do like that. Right. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. So he's already at A. Well, for now. That's a little frustrating, but that's okay. Okay, so now I guess that's slightly unfortunate that I should probably I should replace Plentiful Harvest with the dark whatever it was, dark something, because Phantom Blade is good for comboing, but I also don't have enough AP to just like start Twilight right away, so I think it makes more sense to like replace Plentiful Harvest with that. Okay, I'll try that. Ironically, I'm kind of coming right back around to the build that I used to have before, but that's fine. So that's 11 shots, and then I would get 5 more and 2 melee attacks. Sadakio says you should do Ryomen Sukuna versus Light Yagami due to the nickname. What's the nickname? I'm not familiar with that. I think I'm probably just being stupid. CL Heinrich Lunga. Oh, Lunga, yeah, I remember him. Versus Rainer Braun. Yeah, Lunga, I think so. I mean, Rainer is obviously like stronger in terms of the combat potential, but also like pretty dumb. Not the most intelligent character. Not that he's a bad character, he's just not known for his intelligence. Marking card, applies foretell, harvest, where is it? Firing shadow, deals low dark damage to all enemies. That could work too. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. I love that we're like 40 hours into the game, and I'm still, oh, Ryomen Yagami, yeah, that's right. How he's, yes, I'm sorry. I feel very scatterbrained tonight. I don't know what's up with me, but, yeah, it's as that should have told you at Moment of Silence there. I'm finding it a little difficult to focus this evening. looking forward to just kind of resetting this weekend and taking it easy if possible. Yeah. I think I just need like a chance to kind of... Things have been like weird, like not bad, but just weird for a little while. And I am looking forward to things getting back to normal, if that makes sense. Just for some consistency. Sleeping, eating, you know, just existing. You know what I mean? Reiner's pretty easily above average in intelligence. Really, you think so? I wouldn't have said that personally, but I'm definitely open to being corrected on that. Would you be willing to elaborate a bit? Reiner's pretty easily above average in intelligence. However, I meant character-wise. Oh, character-wise, yeah, then that's another story. I'm also kind of surprised, kind of not, because this team has a tendency to go above and beyond, but like, you know, they're throwing quite an elaborate combat gauntlet at us, you know, this late in the game. It feels like, and I know there's more coming, like I know there's more content that we haven't gotten to yet, and there's more to explore about the world, and like, they could easily have already wrapped it up, you know. And as I've said before, wouldn't feel like I was being cheated at all. Wouldn't feel like, you know, we didn't get enough or whatever. But it just keeps coming. Like, look at that shit. It's cool. It feels like... I wonder if these kind of chromatic aberration things in the air are meant to be conduits or connections or portals or something to the other parts of the realm. And she kind of like paints things from here and then they get propagated outwards, or like sent out, something like that. Oh, I hate these little guys. They actually look a lot like I forget what they're called, but these little like corpse battlefield scavengers in Elden Ring as well. I also love how the characters feel simultaneously overpowered, but also not really overpowered. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, I feel like the characters are doing crazy things and are pulling off amazing feats, but also like can absolutely die. Like they feel vulnerable, extremely powerful, but also extremely vulnerable, which is cool. I guess I could just say that the game feels very well balanced, which is true. And I don't even think I've gotten, like, I feel like I've only barely scratched the surface of the sort of creativity of builds that I could do. I feel like there's ways to make some crazy effects possible. Like, they clearly created paths for you to be able to do, like, on-character death builds. So, like, trigger effects, whether that's, like, healing effects or rush or powerful or shields. Like, when one character dies, it buffs the rest of the party, shit like that, you know? So they really have enabled a lot of different play styles and... What the fuck was that? Oh, hi. And a variety of different things that I think, you know, so far I've just been evaluating the game based on a first playthrough, obviously, but I feel like the game itself is bound to have a ton of depth and replayability for future playthroughs as well. Because there's just like, there's so much to experiment with, there's so much to like explore, you know what I mean? There's so many different ways to build the characters individually and then synergistically with one another. Wow, that's annoying. In a good way. And here we go. That is so fucking satisfying. Oh my god. It's so fun. Basically turned Verso into like a support Gatling gun, which is a crazy phrase. And also, I'm kind of looking forward to... I want there to be a big boss fight, but I want it to be... like, sort of like the one where we had against the Executioner, or whatever he was called, who was down in the, or she, I'm not sure, down in the sort of well that was filled with blood and all those corpses. I got a weapon, maybe even this one, the Dualiso, or no, it was the fire weapon that I got, and oh, interesting. Oh, it is like bringing these spaces back together, huh? That's really creepy. I love that. Oh, interesting find over here. Whoa, cool. I was not expecting this.
Appréciable.
Does that mean a mother's love? L'amour d'une mère.
Son petit sourire. Quand il était fier de sa dernière création. Mais au moins il me reste ses souvenirs. Le plus douloureux, ce sont ceux qui n'ont jamais existé. Les conversations que nous n'aurons jamais. Le temps que nous ne pourrons pas passer ensemble. Je voudrais que la rage me consume tout entière. Tout plutôt que ce vide que je ressens. Mais elle refuse de venir. Me laissant flotter dans ce néant infini. La personne dont je ne supporte plus la présence, c'est Alicia. Sa souffrance est comme un miroir brisé dont les éclats décuplent sa douleur et me la renvoient. À chaque instant que je passe avec elle, mes plaies deviennent de plus en plus profondes et béantes. Et je sens mon moi intérieur qui se délite toujours plus. Je sais ce qu'il dira en l'apprenant. Mais c'est la première fois que je ressens un quelconque répit. Chaque jour, pendant quelques instants, mon cœur se remet enfin à battre.
Is this the first named journal that we found? No, we found one from Survivor. I've been wondering about these three. So is Aline supposed to be the name of the paintress, I wonder? You know, I think I mentioned this last time, but I'm kind of feeling a strange, like, contradiction or paradox in that I want so badly to find out who the paintress is, and if that giant statue is not the paintress, then who she is and what her deal is, and I want to understand the mysteries of this world that are so intriguing, etc., etc. What the fuck? Okay, okay, raise the roof there. So, and also, like, I don't know if there's gonna be any answers that possibly satisfy me. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like part of what has been, like, drawing me onward has been the mystery, has been the not knowing, and I don't know what could possibly satisfy the mystery, you know? It would be like, I'm not saying that there's nothing that can, and I'm not trying to be cynical or anything like that, but I guess, I'm feeling like, how can I put it? The alien creatures in Bloodborne are kind of inscrutable. Yes, they want children, but apart from that, their methods are not necessarily ever going to be understandable, right? They're not, oh, he's pretty good. And so, like, if it turned out that one of the old ones wanted revenge or something, it would feel kind of weird, right? Because Okay, well, we want to know that like Odin wants revenge against Kos because Odin was in love with Kos. And Kos like hooked up with I don't know, the celestial emissary or something like that. I don't know. That would be it would provide some resolution, but it also kind of removes the eldritch mystery of these things being sort of like superhuman or not like stronger than human, just like removed from humanity in a way. So I like the eldritch nature of the paintress as she currently is, and I'm curious to see how are they going to deal with that. There's that inherent paradox of like in revealing the mystery you end the mystery, and the mystery itself is compelling. So how do you deal with that? I don't know. It's a challenge. I can't wait to see what they do. Sorry, it says, oh, sorry, Aaron Yeager versus Edward Eldrick in Outsmarting. I don't remember how smart Ed is, but I kind of remember Aaron as being, like, kind of explicitly really dumb. Like, I mean, he does manage to pull off some tactical acts of deception, and that requires intelligence, but also, like, he gets smarter later on, but he is not the tactical genius, right? He, like, uses his strength and his, I guess, like, ideology to compel people to do what he wants, but he himself is not any kind of like analytical genius. So yeah, I would probably put it on Ed, but I don't remember Ed being super smart. I haven't watched FMA Brotherhood. Whoa, that was such a fucking cool transition. Oh my god, I haven't watched like FMA in a long time, so I'm not gonna die on that hill for sure. Wait 1 second. Ah, that's so cool. You see how like the entire like ambient lighting and feel changes when you go through the picture? It's a little imprecise because I think it's happening the moment that you press the button and start moving. Oh god, I want so badly for that to happen when you go through the portrait instead of when you press the button. And I'm guessing that they probably wanted to do that and they couldn't for performance reasons. It's still a really, really, really fucking cool effect. That's awesome. Really cool. Good fucking job, guys. Sorry, says sorry for going silent. I had to take a call because of my interview Tuesday about my internship. Seems like I'm going to be on the world leading robotics group for CSIRO. Dude, that's so fucking cool. Congratulations. Yeah, no apologies needed. I'm super excited for you, man. I didn't know that you had an interest. Oh, wait, no, we did talk about the robotics in the past as well, but like, man, you have such a cool and varied like set of interests and skills. That's amazing. But yeah, congratulations. How did the call go? Are you feeling good about everything? Please, take your time to prepare, and that sounds like an amazing opportunity. I hope everything goes well. Kabuto versus Shikamaru in Outsmarting. Fucking Shikamaru like mocks. Shikamaru like rolls Kabuto up into a little ball and rolls him around on the floor and pushes him down the stairs. Shikamaru just like is vastly superior in my opinion. D1 versus 6 and Noodles and self-control. I don't know about that. Did you hear the latest D1 debate? Like, he went pretty crazy in terms of like anger and energy coming out. But I don't know. I'm not gonna pick sides there. So it looks like they had a falling out. I hear something over there. What are you doing over there?
On est à l'intérieur de son esprit. Ce qu'on voit là, ce sont ses souvenirs.
Qu'est-ce que tu en sais?
La chroma qu'il y a ici. Je peux la lire.
Oh, that's right. We gotta go back up to that, like... What the fuck? Is that a train golem? Oh my god, I love you. Let's fight. That's so fucking cool. Gargon. Oh, I love this thing. Wow. God, their designs are so fucking creative. I don't know why I'm doing this. I think I just got into the habit of spamming that attack with Verso, and now I don't want to stop.
Je vous vois tous.
Okay. Yeah, let's go for it. We're not done yet. Go back. There you go. Okay. That's better. Why does he keep reverting? That's weird. Ooh. Interesting. God, it would be nice if I could parry anything with Verso.
Faisons couler l'encre.
Oh my fucking god, with this. Maybe I bit off a little more than I could chew here. Alright. I forget how... Does he have to take damage to get out of the ice block? I forget. Okay. I need to have something with her that can break. I'm just gonna save up. For Phantom Blade. Yep. Okay.
Je suis prête.
Okay, let's see. 21 burn is not bad. Let's keep going with that.
Obéissez-moi.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I was looking at the train.
Ça va mieux. Ça va mieux.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, I'm really glad we could parry that. That's huge. Okay, let's see. Phantom Blade, yeah. I'm in Twilight already. Not quite sure why. Okay. Not complaining necessarily. Sword Ballet should be good.
Ça va faire mal.
À moi de jouer.
Okay, I think... Oh, this is last turn. What do I have here for skills? Oh, wait, actually. What about my gradient attacks? Single target, dark damage, 2 random enemies, and applies foretell. Okay, let's try that. Oh, nice. I love it. And can I consume? Yes, what do I have? I can just do this again, right? Nice. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, that felt really good. Challenging but fair. Really interesting moveset. See, this is the one thing that I wish that this game did a little bit more of. Is I do kind of wish that they had more boss fights that were a little bit less, well, how can I say? That lasted longer, that's it. Just because, like, sometimes I feel like the fight is either over very quickly, and it's either, like, a clean sweep for me, or a clean sweep for the enemy. The best fights, like some of the most fun that I've had in this game overall, has been when a boss fight has gone on for quite some time, like 5 or 10 minutes, and I've had to, like, sort of gradually, like the executioner, the duelist, I think it was called the duelist, right? That was one of my ooh, awesome. That was one of my favorites because, you know, it was relatively lengthy. It wasn't really all that hard, but it did require, like, a lot of focus and, like, just paying attention, reading attacks, and using a variety of different skills. The one on the mountaintop was pretty good too, with the where you had to, you know, you got the little message about needing to heal and stuff beforehand.
Appréciable.
Base attack applies powerless for 1 turn. Okay, hang on a second. Verso. Let's see, how are we doing over here with you? Effective heal. Double all heals received. That's okay. But let's see. Plus 1 AP on hitting an enemy's weakness. Longer shell. That's a shitload of health. That should... Okay, hang on 1 second. You think Kagota has one of the best intelligence feats in the series, says Ryomen in part 1, especially if you don't think he has FDL perception speed like in your case. Oh yeah, let me know. I would be very curious to hear what you think that feat is. I could be convinced, for sure. Saria says... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I missed some messages. Ryomen says, I heard, yes, I unironically think 6 has some identity issues, some bipolar. Oh, well, I don't think that's very nice to say. I mean, like, I have my issues I, like, have struggled with, like, I don't want to enumerate them here on stream, but, you know, like, mental health issues are things that lots of people deal with. I don't think it's, like, fair to judge people like that, but, I don't really know him, so I'm not going to say one way or another, but let's just, like, try to be patient with people. You know, it's kind of hard to really know what people are going through. I think it's totally fine to call somebody out if they're just, like, being an asshole or being manipulative or something like that, but we all have our struggles, and we all have, like, things that I'm sure we'd like to be doing better, so I don't, like, fault anybody for going through, like, a difficult situation or something like that. Anyway, it's not really my place to say. Saria says, my only concern was leaving your big sister, but she said she's willing to come along and bring the kids to San Francisco. That's fucking awesome. So you're going to be able to be comfortable with my sort of comfort person. This isn't to say my partner isn't a comfort person as well, but your sister's just kind of always been there, so, you know. Yeah, totally. Is your partner able to, and, like, okay with hopping over there with you at the same time? Are you guys, like, I mean, I don't want to, like, dox you or anything like that, but hopefully your partner is, like, either okay with a little long distance while you're in the internship, or better yet, like, able to come over there and spend time with you. But I know how it can be. Like, I went to college away from my partner at the time, and it was a bit challenging, and so eventually when we could, like, move back towards each other, it was a big help. But either way, still totally worth it. So I hope you feel supported in your decision, even if the logistics are challenging. Oh, the reverse controller thing with Tsunade. Yeah, that is genuinely super fucking smart. I agree. Very, very, technically smart. Technical skill of a very high degree. Why did I come in here? Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at Versos Pictos for a second. Okay, so energizing attack. 1 AP on base attack is great. Deal 25% more damage. Oh, yeah, so this... I don't really need this anymore. I just had it there to learn the Picto for the Lumina. That's a lot of health and defense. That's great. Healing tints also remove all status effects. So empowering parry. Each successful parry increases damage. That's okay. Base attack applies powerless. Yep, let's get that on there. Double all heals received. That's okay, but let's see what else we can get. Energizing pain. Health 1,000. No longer gain AP on parry plus 1 AP on getting hit. I don't want to be banking on getting hit, so no. Longer shell on applying shelter duration is increased. Damage taken is randomly multiplied by value between 50 and 200. That's kind of awesome for the critical rate, but I don't really want to worry about that right now. Yeah, I don't know if I really need the Lumina there. Take 50% less damage, but can't be healed. Plus 1 AP and hitting an enemy's weakness once per turn. Increase break damage on critical hits, that's okay. SOS special by rust when falling below 50% health. Plus 15% to powerful damage increase. That could be useful. It's percentage as well. Recover 25 health when attacking a burning target once per turn. I think this will be a useful thing to just have access to. So let's do that for now. 1 AP on base attack is huge. I wonder if... I don't think I have any, like, a double Lumina that I can use for that, unfortunately. Use damage until a hit is received while having shields, but receiving any shield. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Base attack. Base attack has 1 extra hit. Well, that could be interesting. Okay. Let's try that. Oh wait, I need to fucking actually heal my shit. Stop it. Okay. What the fuck is I doing? Alright, here we go. Oh, we're gonna fight. There we go. Yeah, obviously we know exactly. Actually, Verso could probably like solo him right now. But let's just stick to the classic. And the crazy thing too is that Mael could be doing much more damage because I'm not even having her like start in the correct stance, right? Like if I actually equipped the fucking level 20 sword that I have for her, she would just be shredding all the more. But I like this because it's actually letting the other characters do something on occasion, not to mention that it fucking feels thematically appropriate that she should be wielding this sword. It's like, you know. She's the only one who can. It's like, it would be really narratively silly for them to go through all of the trouble of getting the sword and then just have it like sit in their backpack or something. 15% to defenseless damage amplification. Garganon. Okay, I'm not gonna use this, but I want it anyway. Resplendent, yeah, we're gonna need as many of those as we can get. That works too. This doesn't hurt, that definitely doesn't hurt. Resplendent, yeah, might as well just pick up a few of those. And I don't know if I'll ever really use this, but I don't want to leave it up here in the fucking mountain. Okay. I love the Gestral. I remember, not to be mean or anything, the first time, I think, was it Noko showed up, and his voice was like, "Oh, hello, I'm Turtle and not the cute annoying character." Like, just, you know, I was like, oh, it's fucking Morgana. It's Morgana from fucking, Persona, and my heart sank, and I was like, this guy is gonna be like Chestnut Puck in Berserk, and is just gonna follow us around making cutesy noises and just ruining the game. And I was like pretty cynical about it, which was unfair of me, and I apologize, because first of all, that was a genuinely sweet and good character. Wow, she's taking a lot of damage, huh? But also, like, not at all what I thought it was going to be. Oh, Saria says, oh yeah, they're coming. They were so excited for me. Honestly, more excited than I was, I think. Also, side note, I'm getting so many D&D pings about our next session, and the chaos is beautiful. That's wonderful. That it sounds like you got a lot of awesome stuff going on. I'm really happy for you. And it's really good because, like, I know that can be so challenging, like feeling like you have to choose between your family or your career, or like, you know, you're making this choice that you know is right for yourself and you know is going to be good for your family as well in the long term, but it's gonna suck for a while, and it's really gonna suck, you know, like, just knowing that you don't have to deal with that is amazing, and I hope that that remains the case, you know. But yeah, that's really exciting, and I'm really happy to hear that. Either way, it seems like you've got a really good supportive group of people there to kind of help bolster you, which is good as well. So congrats. Oh hey Beast, how's it going? I'm sorry, I forgot if you prefer Beast Dark or just Dark. Let me know. But yeah, good to see you again. Hope you're having a good Thursday evening. Clair Obscur, yeah. Saria here actually recommended this game to me. I was very skeptical about it at first, but I fell in love very quickly, and since then it's become like one of my favorites. I'm just totally in love with this game. Somehow have been able to get this far without having been spoiled on anything major, which is incredible since the game's been out a long time. I'm like way behind the times. But the sound design, the graphic design, the battle design, like everything about it just feels like so amazing, so compelling, and I am like, I can just sing its praises all day. Although he found me in like a very, very awkward moment. Yeah. Yeah, you pushed the expedition agenda. That is very true, and I'm glad you did too. I'm also like not even particularly good at the game, but I'm really enjoying finding ways to like experiment with the game systems and all that. So I think actually I'm going to be cheesy and start with this because I'm getting, oh for fuck's sake. Oh no, wait, I can't. I keep forgetting that I can't heal Mael for the first few turns while she's in that mode. Okay, that's okay, I can still recover. Let's see. There we go. Nice, okay, and now I'm up to 9. Yeah, this build is like so broken for him. But I love it, it's so much fun. Okay, here we go. I guess it's not any more broken than like Mael's shit, you know? Oh, interesting. Okay. Shit. I wasn't ready for the parry there. Rage. Okay, I think I can deal with that. Oh yeah, this one is hard for me to predict. Yup. Jeez, that was embarrassing. Oh well. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna keep going with the combo. Let's see where that takes me. Oh yeah, because I can do this, right? And then I can... Oh, yeah, sweet. Okay, so I can still do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then I can throw in a revive tincture. No, where is it? Revive, items. Oh, here we go. Okay, perfect. And now, I could do the same thing with her. I think I will. Oh, it's null... Okay, Dark stuff is getting nullified. I forgot about that. That's fine. Get my L back in the mix and she'll take care of him. There she comes back with fucking 9 AP. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, she was still attacking. See, I thought she was attacking the whole party. I'm gonna focus on the battle for a sec, but I will get right back to chat as soon as I wrap this up. There we go. Brazelim, interesting. But yeah, so let me catch up on chat. Morgana from the House in Fata Morgana. Man, I still need to read / experience that. It's a visual novel, but it has voice acting, right? Or it has music, I'm pretty sure, because I've seen people talking about the soundtrack from it. Yeah, it's definitely on my list. I think I'll hopefully, like, over the holidays, I'll have some time to relax and just enjoy it and get into it. Call me whatever, but if I have to choose, then Dark. Okay, yeah, I'll try to remember that. Sorry, Dark. So Dark, you had a great time. What about you? Yeah, I'm glad to hear you had a good time. I am also doing pretty well. Very busy at work, which is a bit of a double-edged sword. I enjoy being busy. I enjoy having things to do and having tasks and such. But also, sometimes it feels like, what can I say? We are often told, hey, we need you to work a little extra just this week because, you know, we're just making this big push and we're asking everybody to chip in and contribute and just get through this week, man, and we'll all be okay. And then the week is over and they're like, oh, hey, there's just one thing that broke and we had to push back a little bit. We just got one more week of this. And then it just like keeps going on for months and months. And I'm like, fuck's sake. Like, I'm okay working some overtime. I don't mind helping out. But, like, I need to have a somewhat normal existence, please. Like, can we just tell me when we're going to be done with this shit so I can plan around it. You know what I mean? Welcome to my train station. Where do you want to go? Your train station? Yes, and my mom just bought me a new train. Your mom bought you an entire train. Yes, she knows how much I love them. The boy turns back to admire his train. Yeah, it's a pretty nice fucking train. Let's see. I feel like Clair Obscur is so unique. Definitely one of the best games to play. Yes, it really does have a unique place in the industry. It's so beautiful, so haunting. It's just like, but also so exciting and fun, and it's a huge spectrum of emotions, and all those emotions are painted vividly and executed very well. And I really adore it. It has its flaws. It has some problems, some things that I didn't agree with, so to speak. But like overall, as a complete package, it's amazing. And I haven't like felt like I've been playing the Silent Hill 2 remake and I really enjoy it, but I've been playing it for like a half an hour at a time because I get bored pretty quickly. I'm like, okay, I get it. I gotta go open the doors and check the map and go fight the same enemies again, right? I've never, like, I'm, 40, 50 hours into this game, haven't gotten bored once, haven't really felt the grind. Like, there has been grindy fights, but I haven't felt them, like, weighing on me or getting, getting difficult like that, but, or, like, unenjoyable. It's just been really tremendous. Realman says it doesn't have voice acting, only the sequel has it. Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. I guess that makes sense because it's a novel, but I might be getting it confused with Steins Gate. I think Steins Gate has voice acting. I forget. I saw Joseph Anderson play some Steins Gate at one point, so I think that's kind of like set my paradigm for what to expect from VNs, but I'm not sure. But I will check it out. Like, I need to. And then I've been trying to find a job for a while now, says Stark. I want to experience working again as well. Oh, yeah, dude, that's tough. I remember, like, after I lost my, like, a previous job, it took a while to kind of find something and to get on my feet. And it's so, like, disorienting and it can be, like, really frustrating. Are you in that, like, eternal, what do you call it, like purgatory of just like constantly sending out applications and then not hearing back, and then like you'll get one, like I like sent out probably like 200 or 300 applications over the course of a few months when I was like looking for work at one point, and then 6 or 9 months after I had initially submitted an application, I get a message back, what the fuck, from someone, and they're like, I'm like, oh, cool, I already have another thing, but I would totally leave my current thing for this thing. It's so awesome. And I opened it, and they're like, hello, John, we regret to inform you that we filled your position. I'm like, no shit, 9 months later. Thank you for fucking nothing. Thank you so much. And it's just like, it feels like it's never ending, you know what I mean? But you'll get through it. I hope that you get through it soon, that you find something that feels right for you, that's fulfilling, 6 months is a long time. Damn, that sucks. Do you have what's the word for it? Like an idea of something specific that you're looking for? I know that if I lost my job now, it would be pretty tough to kind of get back into the same position. So I've actually been thinking about like what I might do, because my industry is like really volatile, and it's naive of me to think that I'm just going to keep my job indefinitely. Like, sooner or later, something's going to happen. So I've been thinking about, like, a backup. But honestly, I don't know. If you have an option to kind of pivot until you can find something stable, that might be good. But, I mean, obviously, I don't know what your situation is. Either way, I hope that you find something soon, because that's really frustrating. Sorry, it says it's hard given the current situation of, like, everything because of our current powers that be. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like, we have, not to get into politics or whatnot, but at this point it's not like politics is its own sphere. It's just the life that we have, like people fucking starving and getting laid off for no good reason and being in like bread lines, again, while like billionaires are like rushing to buy new private planes and shit because they won't be taxed on it. Like they're getting tax credits to spend money on that shit. We have like hardworking people who just like can't afford to feed themselves and aren't getting paid and are just like spending their days waiting for like a bite to eat. Fucked up. So yeah, I don't care what your political beliefs are or what party you prefer, or like we should all agree that shit is like insane, and we're like locally trying to find ways to help with that. So do everything you can, even if all that you can do is just like smiling at somebody or being nice to somebody, or so the other day I was like in line at Dunkin' Donuts and or in my car at the drive-thru, and somebody paid for my order. Like, I didn't know them, I never seen their car before, I have no idea if they know me, but they just decided that they were going to pay for my food, and I did the same thing to the people behind me, and like little things like that just help more than you'd think. So yeah, maybe we'll get through this. I hope we'll get through this. It sucks. Anyway, Rioman says many visual novels have voice acting. Okay, yeah, it's a genre that I should learn more about, clearly. Dark says, I mean, I'd like to get into the industry of what I've learned in school. Sadly, where I live, there aren't as many options, so that kind of sucks, yeah. I take it you probably would prefer not to move. Like, I can definitely understand that. Like, I don't want to dox you or like ask you to share personal information, so feel free to pass, but I'm guessing is your industry something that just there's a lot of jobs around one or two particular areas where most people just sort of have to move to those areas to get them. Where can you take us? Let's see. From here, your next destination is Lumiere. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's go. This is exciting. I wonder if it's actually Lumiere or like some kind of abstractification of Lumiere. Well, I think that answers it. Or does it? Oh. Oh, tainted Lumiere. Oh, so we are still inside the monolith, actually. Very interesting. Very cool. Okay. I think we're not going to spend time mucking about with skills, although Revenge deals high single target fire damage, 1 hit, damage increase for each hit received since the previous turn. I think I'm going to save up for that. Last Chance reduces self health to 1 but refills all AP. Switches to Virtuous Stance. Yeah, I think we're just going to leave this here for now and not worry too much about it. For Verso, let's see, let's just make sure we top off our attributes. And right now I'm feeling a little bit brittle or a little bit feeble, so I want to keep upping our defenses. And yeah, she has a lot of defense, so just put it into health. Okay. Alright. This is really cool. So this is basically like the paintress's vision of like what she remembers Lumiere of. So was Lumiere itself like invaded or attacked or something during the fracture? Very, very curious to see where this is going. Okay, let's see. Let's just take one of these guys out. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay. Ah, damn it. Alright, well, that's still acceptable, I think. I think I'm just, like, my left trigger is starting to get sick. Yeah, wow, that is so helpful for this build as well. The double melee attack thing. Yeah, I'm already at A in 1 turn. Damn, okay, shit, I gotta actually pay attention in this fight. Oh, it took out CL, that was fast. Damn, okay. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. Not ideal, but that's okay, because I can finish him with Urso now. Or Verso, excuse me. Urso. It's not fucking Kalen Urso. Nice, okay. So eerie. So ominous. I really do like all of the different kind of creative ways that they found to mix up the quick time events, you know? Shit, I gotta stop doing that to poor Mael. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then attack. Nope. I got 4, I got 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. and then I should be able to just finish it off like that. And end almost at S. Perfect, with 9 AP. That's really great. Okay. Now just doing this with every character. Okay, let's see. I guess just do Bad Omen again, or Firing Shadow. Low dark damage, consumes 1 foretell. No, I'll apply the foretell. Get us into Twilight. Okay. And done. Dark says, maybe I worded it wrong, but there are some options in your town. Not many, though. It's just that they decline instantly or ghost my... I just have a problem with the reason as to why they decline me. Oh, that sucks. I don't know if you want to share, but I'd be curious why they're declining you. But either way, I mean, that really sucks. That must feel unfair, right? Like, you're putting in all this effort to try to reach out, and they just... like, I get it. I guess, you know, there's been a couple of times where I needed help with something, and so I like put out a job offer, and both times I did this, I got like over 100 applications for the thing. Like for basically it was like looking for a sound designer to help on a project in 2 different instances, and I got like easily 100 applications within 48 to 72 hours. And after a certain point, I just like had to stop working at all because it was taking up all of my time to go through applications. You know, like I literally had to, because I wanted to give people a fair shot, and I wanted to listen to their portfolios and you know, try to give them a response saying like, hey, this is what I liked and didn't like. This is why, you know, if I'm saying no, this is why. Here's some feedback. Like I wanted to at least leave the people that I said no to with some kind of a positive note to go on, if that makes sense. But it took up like I already was behind schedule because that's why I was hiring help in the first place. But then I was more so because I was spending all my time like reading applications and reviewing portfolios. And so on the one hand, at a certain point it just changes something in your brain, and you kind of stop like seeing the applications as extensions of people, and you just start seeing them as like these documents, you know. I'm guessing that's Verso, and that's his mom, because your brain has to kind of go into that cold and calculating mode or whatever to be able to sift through the numbers and to get to the thing that you need, blah blah blah. But it sucks. Like I hated that feeling. I hated the feeling of being like treating these people just like numbers, so to speak, and especially since I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of that. It's like, this isn't just a job opportunity, it's not just money, you know. In a lot of cases it's financial freedom, it's financial security, it's the ability to provide for people that that you care about. And when you don't get an answer, or the answer that you get is like rude or dismissive or shitty or whatever, then it's like, fuck, man, you know, remember, we're all supposed to be in this together. Yeah, sucks. Oh, working experience. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a whole other thing too that's extremely frustrating. Is that they want you to have experience, but like everybody wants you to have experience. How are you supposed to get any experience before like if nobody will give you a fucking chance, right? And what this leads to, as I'm sure I'm sure you are probably very sympathetic to, is you're kind of expected to work for free, right? Like before I got into the games industry, I worked in like animal, I don't know what the term for it is, but I worked in like a zoo for a while. I worked at an aquarium. I worked in an animal research lab, like stuff like that. So and by worked, I mean like I went to a zoo and I said I would like experience, and I would like to work here, and they said, or I said I would like to work here, and they said, do you have any experience? And I said, no, of course not, because I am in college. And they said, okay, cool. Do you want to have a part-time job here? And I said, yes. And they said, cool. You can work the hours of a part-time job with all the requirements and expectations of a part-time job, and we will pay you in nothing. But if you stay here for like 6 months, then we will give you a college credit. We will tell your college that you were here, and that way that will be your financial compensation. So I'm already paying the college for the courses that I'm taking, and the payment is that I get to work somewhere else for no money, right? But that's like, on the one hand, I can sympathize with them as well, because like the zoo is a non-profit, but also like I have to be able to pay the bus fare to get to the fucking place to do the volunteer work in the first place. Can you at least, like, some places now will at least like give you transportation credits or something like that, right? Like they'll like charge up a card that you can use or something like that. But god damn, is it like very unfair when you're starting out, and especially unfair because when you bring up the fact that it's unfair to like older people, they have a tendency of being like, shut the fuck up, stop whining, because it was unfair. I also had it unfair when I was a kid, or when I was your age, or whatever the rhetoric is. And since it was unfair to me, then it doesn't matter to me that it is unfair to you. It's like, man, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that, like, whatever you're going through, I understand that it can feel like really, really, really frustrating, and it really sucks. And I'm sorry. I hope that you're able to get out of it soon. And in the meantime, you're more than welcome to come out here, come hang out and share your grievances and vent if you ever need to. We're happy to sympathize or just to listen what's going on. That is when I'm not getting my ass kicked. Oh my god, that was like extremely cheesy. Come on. Okay, alright. Enough with the fake outs. Enough with the fucking market techniques. Okay, hang on. Can I just do this? Yes. Okay. I do feel like I'm getting nuked a whole lot. Probably because a lot of these enemies have like different timings, and I just haven't spent enough time with any one of them individually, but yeah. Anyway, Tokyo Girl versus Monster Tokyo Ghoul. 5 out of 10 series. I feel like them's fighting words. I'm not personally invested enough in Monster, and I haven't seen Tokyo Ghoul to be willing to die on that hill, so to speak. But I mean, like, everybody I've talked to about Monster seems to, for the most part, I guess you might be the exception, seems to hold it in pretty high regard. It seems to be a generally well-made show. Well-written, good characters, good blocking, good like plot development and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna be very surprised if it has anything less than a sterling reputation. See, Tokyo Ghoul I don't really know anything about, so I'm not gonna say anything. You just wonder, says Dark, how am I supposed to get experience when everybody declines? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like, I guess that is excuse me, an answer is that you can look for volunteer opportunities, or, you know, something that I found helpful when I was, so I don't know if this will apply directly to your industry, so maybe this is going to be unhelpful, but like when I was trying to you know, get a games industry gig and I didn't have really experience at the time, one thing I did that helped was that I downloaded like a game editor, and I just made my own like little shitty games, little city levels, really. And I remember the first one that I made was like it was literally just like you're in a big gray empty box room, and then like the back room's like a very bland room, but in the back of the room there's a bunch of barrels, and the barrels would like pop out of the ground and you could shoot them, and if you shot them fast enough you'd get more points. If you're too slow you would lose a point, right? It's like the most basic, like, you know what it's like if you've ever played like Ocarina of Time, the shooting gallery where the rupees kind of go by. It was like a baby version of that. And what it I guess you could say it's a little dishonest. I don't think so, but what I after a while, when somebody said, like, do you have any experience working on games, I could say, yeah, totally, I do. And then they'd be like, okay, well, what game have you shipped? And I was like, I worked on a game called Super Mega Awesome Barrel Fuck Adventure, starring Barrel Fucker 9000, and here, look at it, and nobody was going to be impressed by it, but at least they could see, like, oh, okay, so you technically have some experience with the tools or whatever. Now, of course, if the if the job that you're talking about is, like, I don't know, forest ranger or something, that's easy enough to just, like, go spend a lot of time in the forest messing with bears or whatever forest rangers do. But if it's, like, specifically building robots in this one particular, or, like, doing chemistry in this one particular lab that requires specialized equipment in a specific sort of way, then, you can't just, like, yeah, I bought myself a tunneling electron microscope to give myself experience for this job that I don't know if I'm going to get. That might not work the same way. Nice. Yeah, I kind of figured that it might not apply directly. Dark, I'm sorry. I wish I could help, but, at least know that I sympathize with your plight, and I hope it gets better. Yeah, mouthwashing, Ryoman, everybody that I've heard talk about that says it's awesome. It looks awesome. I haven't played it yet. It's definitely on my list. Maybe next weekend, or you know what? I don't know if it's a sort of game that is a stream-friendly game, but if so, I could play it after Clair Obscur. I feel like we're getting close to the end.
Charlotte 70. Nous avons enfin réussi à installer les derniers points d'ancrage. Alors qu'il ne nous reste plus que quelques jours, certes. Mais pour la toute première fois, j'éprouve réellement de l'espoir. Ils sont notre cadeau pour toutes les expéditions à venir. Je suis extrêmement fière de notre équipe. L'intérieur du monolithe est sans doute le paysage le plus inhospitalier qu'il nous ait été donné de voir. Et la dernière série de points d'ancrage a été incroyablement difficile à installer. Cela a requis un dévouement sans faille à notre mission et une concentration de tous les instants. Mais nous avons su nous montrer courageux et ambitieux. Et nous avons refusé de baisser les bras. Mes compagnons sont devenus ma véritable famille. Et c'est un honneur pour moi de mourir à leur côté. Il est logique que nous périssions ensemble à l'intérieur de ce monolithe, dont la menace plane sur nous depuis si longtemps. Ce Névron a certes remporté une bataille, mais je sais que les expéditions finiront par gagner la guerre. Demain est déjà là.
Nice. That's so cool. Let's see. 20th Century Boys vs. Fire Punch. I haven't read 20th Century Boys, but I read the first volume or first chapter of Fire Punch, or maybe it was a volume actually, because it was quite a bit happened. It was pretty good. I hear that it gets really intense, and I don't think it's really fair for me to judge it before, or to compare it to other things really before I get deeper into it. I still haven't decided. So, like, Berserk kind of started off with some of its gore feeling like a little bit excessive, or maybe, I don't know, I wasn't sure what the point of it was at first, and then not just the gore, just sort of like the harshness of the world and everything, but there's very much a point to it. I mean, like, I don't know, there's some stuff in Berserk where it's like, okay, you went there, did you really need to go there? Maybe not. So now we're here. Fuck. Okay, what do we do with this? Like the I forget what they're called. I think Wild is his name, and like his band of marauders or whatever. It's like, did you need to do that specifically to make the point that you wanted to make with the story? I'm not sure if that's the case, but this looks fun. But that being said, I kind of got the impression that Fire Punch might be heading down the same road, but again, like, I'm only a couple chapters into it, if anything, so I really can't say. I'm trying to find a safe space because I wanted to finish reading chat before the fight started, but I guess not. Let's see. Kids these days don't want to work. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, so this is Clair Obscur. There we go. Kids these days don't want to work. Well, I'm sorry, I can't just walk into a store without filing 21 applications, say I'll put their orange juice away, and have a job like in 1986. Yep, times have changed a little bit, ever so slightly. Oh, you got a job interview next week? That's awesome. Congratulations. I hope everything goes well. Checks with the device that, yeah, we talked about that. That's, it is what it is, unfortunately. Can play it on stream. It's 2 hours long. Okay. Oh, electrical engineering. That's awesome. Yeah, that's really, really cool. I can understand why that might be hard to kind of pick up experience on your own, for sure. Temari versus me. Temari mocks, yeah. I mean, Temari mocks everybody with her universal fan, so you can't blame me there. Griffith's introduction is extremely funny. You're nothing but a sacrificial offering, especially with all the context. Yeah, that whole character arc is well, such a pivotal part of the story. But we could talk about that all day for sure. I'm just noticing now that the Obscurs have dark swords, the Clairs have light swords, and the Clair Obscur has a light sword and a dark sword on the correct sides. And I'm in love with this, and this is really, really cool. So I'm guessing this is going to be a pretty tough fight. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, we're going to be here for a second. That's okay. Okay, so let's just, I'm going to do the same thing I did with the others. See how far we can get with that. That's actually pretty effective. The lightning seems to be pretty good. Yep, okay. That's going to be tough, but I think we can do this. Hmm. Okay. With those Margaret-ass charge-up attacks, come on. I am really, really curious to know, because, like, you would figure that something... Wait 1 second. There we go. Nice. You would figure that something that is named after the fucking game itself is probably a big deal. And it looks like it probably is. But it was also just kind of like off to the side. So I'm wondering... I really want to know what the lore is behind this thing. Okay, so let's see. High Dark. Okay, let's see. Does this actually work? It does, okay. Yeah, that worked. I'll say that worked. Yeah, and next turn you can start doing some actual damage with strength stuff. Actually, let's see, what do I have access to now that I can use? Medium physical damage, perfect break, powerful, follow-up. Hey, let's try this. It might actually be helpful. Nice. Oh, that was fucking awesome. Okay. There we go. Starting to get it. Gotta wait for that timing on that. Oh, Dark, no problem. Have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out and chatting. Hope you have a great night and good luck with the job interview. Let's see. Yeah, let's go for the boss. Probably should have gone for the other one, honestly, but that's okay. Fuck's sake. This is a bad idea, but... Like dark, all of this is doing dark damage is the thing. but I have 2 turns of Twilight left, so I might as well take advantage of it. Yeah, that's pretty fucking great. 46,000 damage. Okay, and there we go. I just gotta get the timing down on that, but that seems to make a little bit more sense now. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 slash. There we go. 1, 2, 3 slash. Perfect. And I think we should be able to clean up with this. Yes, nice. Dream missile. Base attack can break. That's fucking cool. Okay, that's going on Verso right now before I forget. Okay, so I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on a sec. Because I know I'm gonna forget about this between now and next week. So let me just make sure I put it on breaking attack. Okay. And then for Lumina's, I want to make sure that I put in... Shit, what was it that I was just using with him? It was on attack. Oh, yeah, double the attack, right? So, healing mark, powerful revive. Shit, it's... How do I find it now? It wasn't staggering attack. I don't... Oh, yeah, that is actually useful. Healing death, glass cannon, exhausting power, exposing attack, energizing break, energizing start. I'll recognize it when I find it. Critical moment, combo attack. Yeah, combo attack. Okay. So I need... Is it exposing attack? No, okay. Energizing parry. Let's just take this away for a second. And then do that for now. Just so I don't forget. Because I really, really don't want to lose that in the shuffle. I do want to check out the new weapon, though. So gain 1 rank on counterattack. Yeah, that's cool, but I mean, I'm not really going to be countering attack all that much. So, somehow 4 hours have gone by. It really doesn't feel like it. This feels like one of the shorter streams. I guess I've just been like totally engrossed in this. So I do need to kind of go and wrap up for the evening. Also because I'm sure that if I do get to the next part here, it's going to be... I'm going to get like sucked in, right? And there's going to be a big boss battle or something like that. So better stop now before we wind up getting totally consumed by the next phase. But I really want to say again, thank you everybody so much for the conversation. Thank you for the back and forth and dialogue. Thank you again to Saria for encouraging me to play this amazingness, and good luck with everything around the imminent job interview or the internship opportunity. Good luck, Dark, on the job interview. Sunday, I'll be coming back to talk about multiversal or universal Naruto. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about the Tsukuyomi. And then the week after, I'm going to be talking about Kaguya. So look forward to that. Have a happy Halloween tomorrow, everybody. If you're celebrating, if you're dressing up, be safe, eat some good candy, and I'll see you on Sunday.